It's time to play Subnautica. Are you telling me an egg fried this prawn? Oh no, that's me. Where am I coming from? Which tab is me? Where am I coming from? No. Shush. Which tab is me? Too many tabs. I have too many tabs. Why? Which one is it? No. No. Defeated by tabs. I think I got it. No idea which one. No idea which one that was. Silence fish. You telling me an egg fried this prawn? We're gonna have to do so many, manually do so many discords. There's our one. There's this one. That one doesn't. That one does. I hope they're okay with me using it at that frequency. The streamer frequency. This one does its one already by itself, I think. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one does, but I wonder if I've used that too many times. And not interacted with Discord as much. Let me have a look. Let's see. Nah, this is fine. I think we're alright. That one doesn't do anymore. That one doesn't do it. This one... We're just going through self-promos and discords. This one does. Here we go. This one does. Hello, Ghost. Oh my god. There's so many self-promos. I'm like not even halfway through them. That's another one. I'm lost in the self-promos. That one's not. This one is. 100%. I'm doing that. I'm like, have I spoken to your general channel? Not much, except for to jump in at 4 in the morning and be like, hi everybody. So it helps to be more Americans, but they're not, they're mostly not. I'm a small wizard.
I'm a big wizard.
I'm a big wizard.
Looks like you got me this time. Turned me into a skeleton. I'll get you next week.
Amazing. An evil fish was defeated. Wow, it's like a whale in wizard form. I think everybody watched this film for this song, and like, the film wasn't that good. It was a little fucked up, so if you actually managed to get to the end of the film, which as a child in the VHS era was like very unlikely, then you're like, whoa, fucked up ending. Literally, I imagine there's so many kids where like they start a film and then the kids get sleepy, so like, okay, go to bed. So the longer you get into a film, the more like, it's hardcore kid time. It's the 14-year-olds who are allowed to be awake. Oh my god, the evil fish drank too much human potion and turned into like a weird Frankenstein. What the fuck? Didn't have to be a good film. It's like based on a book, but I imagine the book is like written, which I get the impression the film maybe wasn't so much. It's mostly them going glug 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 potion, yeah, cool thing happened, which I actually really liked. Although it's maybe a bit sort of like some kind of human supremacist thing, but then I don't know, it turns out around. I'm really overanalyzing the Help I'm a Fish film. It's kind of supposed to be like, it draws you in with like, oh, human is better, but then it's like, when they get human, they're all like, yeah, let's tanks and kill each other, and blah blah blah, Frankenstein. That's what humans are to fish, apparently. That's the fish's vision of a human, is a Frankenstein. Okay, let's play, with that in mind, let's play Subnautica. I'm trying to voice train in a higher pitch. It's going all over the place. It's a thing, it's a project. I don't understand any of it. I think there's genuinely a thing. Hello, Master of None. Thank you for the G. I think there's genuinely a thing of like, yeah, professional voice training to be trans, I guess. I mean, a professional laser my body. Technically professional. Recommended dosage of HRT. Look hot like summer. I've got loads of layers on, so it is an illusion, but I'm essentially just like either at the beach or I'm a mermaid, because we're gonna play Subnautica, which should have been on the screen immediately. Thanks, OBS. That was just OBS. You know, it's probably also a little bit of wherever this one is. There's so many things in here. I can't find it. Yeah, it's this one.
Do a lot with a little, like in my case, I do not have much hard drive space. Do a lot with a little, like.
See, they didn't even overlap.
I do not have much hard drive space.
It's probably not even to do with that, actually. When was the last time I upgraded the processor? Processor's fine, everything's processing, right? Everything is being processed. Look at all the advanced technology things we can do. Whoa, what's going on? Hey, how come this, but this? How come this, but this? Ooh, uh-oh, artifact of some kind. Does it go in and become a huge whale that's probably not even pointed in the right direction? Does it go like this? Does the camera that always twists in this direction go this way? That has to be twisted to reveal things off stage, which it is currently doing. Magic. Voices character. Do a lot with a little, like in my case. I don't have much time pant space. Was that designed to trip me up? Rosie. Do a lot with a little, like in my case. I do not have much time pant space. Do a lot with a little, like in my case. I do not have much time pant space. You know, we're just gonna try and own the voice fucking training thing. It's the most fucking dysphoric thing in the entire universe. Just try and like just go, okay, let's just do that like several pitches up. Do a lot with a little, like in my case. I do not have much time pant space. Oh, I've turned into an American. No. Not American. Ah. I'm from the Midlands. Nobody knows what the accent is except for the Midlands. But I probably sound like the most Sheffield Midlands person ever. But the funny thing is, the actual, I would guess, if you're gonna like jam all of the Scotland and everything into the middle, Sheffield's like the middle, but it's south enough that it's got the accents of the rest of the north, which probably comes from Danish, from the Danelaw. So what's my accent? Why has it become American? Why is there so much American in it that I can't go high without sounding American? That's not what I sound like. Do I sound like that? Is that what I do? Is that what I commit myself to? Can you see why I don't I don't do this? What did you clip? Did you clip me saying that's an Etsy listing? Cow head earphones for calf headset. What? Etsy. They've just fucking taped those on. Hang on. Will this work? They've just fucking taped those on. These are just like the regular headphones. Which that's their weakest spot, which they've done. That's a design thing that a lot of headphones do. That's like this is the weak spot for this bit. It doesn't need to, or like any of this stuff, it doesn't need to be rigid, or it doesn't need to twist or whatever. I don't know, twisting probably helps it, but they've just they just strapped those on. They just got headphones from somewhere else and they just like strapped them on basically. I'm just imagining like, I'm like, you might as well just buy those, or is this, do they just sell these, or they don't actually sell the headphones? Is that what I'm looking at? Am I looking at the listing wrong? Yeah, they just sell like this? Because I'm like, how would you keep them on for so long? You're not buying the headphones, okay. Sorry, I just started fighting the stock image of fucking ears on the headphones. Never mind that. I'm a mermaid, we can't do any wrong. That's why we're going under the sea. The thing, these are such boring. I'm like, these are such boring headphones. Now I'm like, oh yeah, pink headphones, just anything. Fucking flower crown headphones. Damn it. Am I giving myself like gender envy for the future me? Like currently of myself in the future. Let's play Subnautica. Let's ponder these whilst we're in the sea. Arts and crafts stream. I don't know how to do that and be entertaining. I feel like a lot of the crafting of anything, I need someone who's also like in the same space also doing it. So I'm like, oh, rather than me being like, and this is how you do it, chat. Here's how you craft magnesium. Kaboom. That's what it that's what it would end up being. This is a great part of the stream actually, to just mermaids. Can you see the fish? Damn it. Oh, the headphones got in the way. It was perfectly it'll never look like a fish again. It's a fish. It was totally on purpose. I genuinely tied it on purpose. Fish. Definitely wasn't a fluke that I fucked up and tried to claim credit for. Do you know I have I have a party trick of drinking very quickly, which I was half like, should I do it just for comedy reasons? And I was like, no, you'll fucking explode. As soon as you see that ocean, you will just need to pee. Wee! Immediately. This is gonna be a very like thirsty and peeing fucking stream, which I can't say those words together. I can't genuinely, I can't like.
True hydration takes.
Hey everybody, this is. Are you thirsty for piss? Sorry, that's thirsty and or piss. Pissing or drinking water needed or required. At some point, this will happen. It's good. Let's flush out our systems. Let us drink water in my house because of the strange plumbing. The cold water comes out warm when the heating is on and the house is nice, but the water is not cold. So sometimes I have to wait because drinking warmish water really quickly is like kind of a weird thing to do. It feels strange. And I think I've only just put it together that it's like piss. Welcome to well, this is Peepa's chair. Peepa's out right now. Peepa either exists or is a hallucination. I think I have Peepa, or perhaps I captured another one that's not Peepa, but it was my intention to have Peepa. So this is my scanner room where we are scanning where the fuck my camera is, which I don't know where it is. Hello camera, what is this? Magnetite, mushrooms. I guess I don't have to breathe to be this camera to explore this, which is useful. I'm pretty sure an eel will eat this camera though. So whilst we're completely safe, the camera is not. So the camera needs to find the way out and not get eeled. It's pretty cool down here actually. I don't know why I didn't do it like this before. Oh, that's the peeper. Hello peeper. See, the thing about the peepers hitting the camera is that also does stop the camera. So we have to be wary of these. I think actually, oh fuck, not that wary. The eels come out of the middle of those, but I think if we're actually directly underneath it like a little peeper, then they can't actually eat us. Because I don't know, I'm gonna decide that the mushroom is giving off some kind of like underwater mycelium under this way, but a different one for the eel. So like we're protected. That's what I've decided, because we're basically a little peeper. We're a robot peeper. Look at all these different peepers. We're just the whirring peeper. The one that makes loads of noise and smashes into almost everything, including where the eels live. And it sounds like there's something going on. Right, isn't... I can't do that. Hang on. The G woman. You want me to do gender bend the voice for the G man? Oh, that's cool. That's actually the way out, but it is a big volcano. So we'll just go directly above it. Wait, oh look, eels. There's many eels here. Let's just go for it. Let's go for it. There's holes in the ceiling. Peeper for freedom. Why would a peeper go this low when there are eels to show? Peeper freedom! Hey look, it's the science vessel thing that I made. I don't think I can go in this. I don't think there's any way I can go in this. Yep. So we have to take it back. Cause G-Man's like, rise and shine. I can't even do his voice. Fuck it, I'll just do it like that. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest. And all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until, well, let's just say our hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes. Sorry, I completely corpsed partway through that. There you go. We returned the camera home. I need to hang on. I need to get in the headspace again. Right, so here's the thing. This is the really difficult thing of voice training. I guess we're just talking about it instead of just hiding about it. But like, I don't really get it. But I think you're supposed to do it all the time, and you're not supposed to relax into a different way of talking. You're almost supposed to like push it into the way you want to talk all the time. But that's really hard to do because it requires a constant awareness of slipping. You got to push and push. You gotta make specific movements with your throat. So I almost have to go like, ha, ha, just fucking honk every so often. Just make a fucking honk sound like a duck. So I get closer to the sound that I want. Honk, honk, honk. Come on everybody, let's honk. But then if I do anything, like if to repeat anything of any degree of familiarity, it's like everything that I used to do with voice acting and training in the past, that was a different way of doing things. Clashing. For doing that from memory. I mean, I was using it as a script, but I was doing that's pretty much the way I feel like he says it. In the world, I'm the G-Man. Ha ha! Take this, Mr. Freeman. You did all this and you're like 25 or something canonically. People who are remembering this game are older than that. And have not even gotten a job. I'm talking about me, not just anybody else. I'm insulting anybody else that this happened to. I just recently discovered that was like Gordon Freeman's like age basically, and I was like, okay, all right, okay, all right, youngster. Maybe it's so easy for you in your apocalypse. They were like, Mr. Freeman didn't get to explore the big city. So we made a new game for him where he's frozen in time, so he's the same age. He's not what like would be 47 or whatever by now. He's like 25 and he's ready to go. He's the Captain America of the future of America in Russia, I guess, for some reason. Very few Russian people in that Russian city. I think there was one Russian person in the Half-Life 2 Russian city, right? What was it with that? What was it with that, huh? Every single person was just like, what? Were they all clones from Black Mesa? And because Black Mesa also seemed to be populated with clones. I don't remember any of a character that's like got a Russian accent. They're all like, over here, Freeman. Hello! Welcome to Russia, Gordon Freeman. Come this way. Whoop a doop doop. A hot dog. We take some ammo, Mr. Freeman. Fucking hell. Let's go to the diner. I got my big shoes on, so let's get some pizza pie, Mr. Freeman. Oh boy, we sure did make a lot of money off the Second World War. Boop baba dee doo. We're the best in the world. Let's go. Hey, okay, alright, that's enough. They'll start saying my food is bad, and I'm expected to respond. I'm expected to. There is a thing. It's easy to fall into the like American British, like, ah, come on. Even if you're like, I'm really well informed about this. Britain has no, Britain has no crimes. No, it does, absolutely does. It has every single crime. It like invented crime. Everyone that's done a crime is because Britain did the crime first. All of the, even fucking up this one on purpose, fucking that situation on purpose, continuously. That was by design of Britain. Also, this one, all the problems that have needed us to identify. Also, Britain's fault. Also, this one, Britain's fault. Britain's fault. It's important to acknowledge it all the time, constantly. Because it's so. It's a bit maddening to learn about it. From the perspective of not knowing anything. The more you learn about the world, it's like, okay, we're really awful to you, and it just keeps going out in this circle around the planet. You're like, we were recently really awful to you. We're still being really awful to you. Help. But that's the thing, right? You have to learn about that because that's the whole point. So then everybody else that's also in your circle, who, with their best intentions is trying to do whatever they can that's like a good thing. You can't necessarily do the right thing if you like don't have all the information. It's like, no, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. Oh my god, we have to talk about it. Oh my fucking god, we have to talk about it. No one did crime until the British. Almost in a way, kind of not. It's a series of imperialisms to each other, basically. Someone did an imperialism to somebody and was like, let me chop their culture into pieces and turn them into one that's imperialism, and then they went, ow, hey, imperialism, do the same thing back and over again. It doesn't mean it's superior, it just means it happened a lot of times. But you could argue the way our sort of social development in terms of like our continued imperfect systems, but each one's like a bit better than the previous one. It's like we are sort of like curving it around. We are curving it around slowly into being better, I think. That's the thing. I'm always like, if you're identifying that there's something wrong with the time that you're living in, you're not the only person that's doing that. And basically, just by doing that, and just by identifying that, everyone's going, oh yeah. And if enough people do that, that actually is what changes it. If people go, yeah, actually, why is that like that? Let's change that. That's a lot of what you have to do. Oops. Thank you, the biggest wizard Spike. Hello, Jellif. Prawn fried egg. You say you're not the same age as Gordon Freeman. Honestly, say you're not a highly trained professional. No, he's not supposed to be. He had to be the same age as Gordon Freeman. Oh, the chat's gone. Hello, fat bubbler. So big. Me on the screen, so big. Or like I guess we are missing like my health and my repair and my temperature. But that's funnier because then we don't know when the thing's about to explode. So I don't think we named this one because it's not been destroyed yet. But what we're actually supposed to be doing at this point, I think, is maybe looking at the vehicle creator. Because if that is that the egg, then it should be a prawn. Enameled glass. That's like the glass with an extra step, which I assume is going to be something weird like lithium. You see lace? This is this is a slip. I guess. Oh no, this. it's a little beautification thing. It's just it's a little frill. I need more stuff like that. I don't have enough stuff like that. It's not. There's several genders that I can express, but like the one that I really want to do, I don't have the stuff for it. I'm like realizing. Neptune launch platform. Seems weirdly easy. Because I'm pretty sure we've got to like find out whatever the thing is with the sickness. So we gotta make this. Liver thriller. Slowly more and more less sensible things have been made. What's... Whoa. No, I missed some stuff.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Outside of bans and sex workers, most illegal things had an obvious and logical reason to be against society's board. What? Slowly more... Sorry, I'm trying to... The modern nation of crime is largely a product of prohibition and similar things. Outside of bans and sex workers, most illegal things had obvious logic. No, not at all. No. No, laws are just have like a swing of like cultural times, and they like stop getting enforced when the culture swings in a different way. But most illegal things had an obvious and logic. No, most laws were just about keeping a state, basically, for whatever reason. It's goth agenda. You're high as a kite. It's goth agenda. I think there's maybe several genders that are in goth, depending on what you're doing. There's definitely one that is like everything's like over the top frilly white stuff, like as if like dressed almost you'd think for a wedding, but like they're off to die, but they're just wearing all white kind of stuff. But just have all of these like fully like black, just fully like funeral goths, and then someone just like really frilly girly stuff. I think that's when I say I'm goth adjacent, I'm like, that's probably what I would do, but that I think that's accepted goth. But anything can, if it feels gender, it's gender basically. We need water. We still never made that water thing. I don't know how to... Is it possible to make the water thing? We might have to build another building. Maybe Batboy's agenda. Well, like Batman but boy. Like G Willikers. Water filtration. Oh my god. So if I had that, it would fuck. The biggest coffee machine in the world. Fuck Motron. Look at it's coming for me with massive arms. Boom, boom, boom. You want caffeinated water, scrub? You work for us. Would it go anywhere? It's not gonna go in here. I think we have to make a different, like another building. Different center of the bat, we decided. Pretty sure I've seen you do that stuff already, right? In like Minecraft. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm dying. Damn it. Too busy fucking making robot jokes. No, that's the water. No, that's the water to drink. In mouth. There we go. We got there eventually. Voice training, voice training. Ah! Ah! It's a difficult task. We don't have any spare water in here. We don't have any water in here. Wow, I'm so bad at surviving. There's no water. I literally have to go and get water now. Where's the thing that gathers all the fish? Where's that, like, crime against the local wildlife that I put down? Oh, there it is. Water, water, please. Batteries run out in my base. I will probably die in this place. Accidentally put that down. Drop. That's not how it works. No, it is how it works. Come back to me, fish of the deep. I want you to become my watery meat, because I like wet food, not dry foods. I think I've become a cat, an underwater cat. Do 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 do. Right, anyway. One more hat and you're doing the Queen of the Night Orion. I don't know that. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about any music ever. Water, please. Sorry if I missed much of the chat. I feel like I've skipped. Oh, Smooth Criminals here. Hello. You're 32 and haven't even fought off an alien invasion yet. I'm an embarrassment. Nah, it's fine. We sort of did actually, because of. Well, you wouldn't remember because you got Men in Blacked, unfortunately. I shouldn't say this. I was one of the ones that didn't get Men in Blacked. No, they and you forgot, but I was allowed to remember. But I think this is a safe place. Covering for the fact that I missed your comment to tell you now, I think it's appropriate. It's what Will Smith of that time would have wanted. Or I actually don't remember the name of the character because I was like, oh my god, it's Will Smith from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's Will Smith, but also he has a song, and here, look, here's the song where he's like, do Men in Black, do, and you're like, oh cool. As a kid, you're like, oh, I'm gonna see that, but he doesn't actually do the music video in the film at any point. But they would advertise it like that. I swear they did that. I don't remember seeing the music video when we saw the film. That's like, well, I probably did actually see it and I'm just entirely misremembering because it's like I was a child then. Maybe completely misremembering and actually did. But because I saw it one time, I was like, oh, I've forgotten now, but I know it exists. Okay, so we gotta figure out how to make this like super glass. Super glass, enamel glass. It has a stalker, a tooth. We have loads. I think we can do this quite well. How much quartz do we have? Much quartz, not much, unless it's in here. And it's the more stalker tooths. No, but that's okay actually. We can put that back because I know exactly where to go to get a bunch of that stuff. Where's my submarine? There it is.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Song plays in the end credits, I think. No, oh yeah, it does. But you don't get to see the music video. I think I just wanted to see him zoom around. Because that's like the age I was. Not this one, is it? Try to smash into these big fish. But they did, oops. I mean, I'm more sad to smash into the small fish. Is it this bit? I think it was, right? Lots of fish sounds here. Right. There should be cool crystals here. It's just because he's smart. Is there a reason most smiths is used badly? Really complicated. But you probably shouldn't punch people, which is true. But also, like, it's very much the sort of space that would push people on purpose. And also, I think primarily it's just a sort of like, it's a racism thing. People like, okay, let's jump on this guy. But also, like, famous people are bad in so many ways, so it's very easy to find something to go, but that doesn't make being famous easier for them either. It's just miserable, I think. But it's I don't know, it's a lot online way of thinking of if you can find sufficient mistake, it's like, you know, you're gonna burn every book of this thing, right? There is this thing like 30
seconds.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Went to Oxford bookstore and got a horror anthology for 1997. The old book smell on the print is a sensible size font. I didn't know anything about font sizes. Yeah, I know. Not that one. Hey, you want to get shot? That's the wrong thing for that. Good thing I wasn't being attacked. Whoop. It did the whole oxygen effect. Because it didn't expect me to switch canisters. But that's fine. How much we get? Would like more. What happened to my speedy thing? Did I not take it with me? I think because I'm still equipped for the fireplace. Where is the submarine? Got the submarine over here. I swim a long way. Now this is a point where it's like, uh-oh. I actually have to get directly to the submarine for oxygen. I don't think I get to the surface fast enough. So we don't have enough oxygen. But it's fine, because we made it with oxygen. People keep saying this is a horror game, and I'm like, is it? But also, probably would have been fine, but woo! You weren't given any drugs and you had a wisdom tooth removed other than laughing gas and local anesthesia. Yeah, they don't like to put people out, or I mean, they don't even like do laughing gas anymore, right? So I've heard. I haven't even had them just in pain, imagining what they put through. It's what babies feel like. Oh, wisdom tooth meds. To get them to take the tooth, take home the tooth. Yeah, I have actually. All right, hey, well, here we go. So Ghost Dealer said, I did get to take home the tooth though. I have it in a little jar. Rosie can confirm. Yes, I have been in Ghost's bedroom and I have seen a little jar that has a tooth in it. If you want to say that. Teething sucks. It's a whole tooth. I feel like I actually blanked that out, but you reminded me that that was there. I have seen this tooth. It does exist. Subnautica is more of a survival game with horror elements. I guess I mean, if you find this stuff scary, it's like, it's pretty good. There's definitely stuff that scared me, but every single time it's happened, I've just kind of clicked into like survival mode. So like I'm just like, oh okay, I mean, that's not to say the character hasn't died, but the really scary parts, I'm just like, this is what I must do in this situation. This is what I must move here. Like this, there's been a lot of what's happened when it's been like that. Okay. Let's go home. Let's go to our home because this is my car. Beep beep honk honk. Ah, I'm home. Home sweet home, little beacon. Beep boop beep. It's me. Let me in the base.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Like how Half-Life is an action. No, Half-Life's a horror game because headcrabs go wah. And if you've not played a horror game before, it's like, ah, fucking hell, ah, every single time, ah, and then you're like, you know, you're in you got a fucking torch and you're like in another tunnel and you're like, is there one? Is there one? There's not one. There's not one. There's not one. There's not one. Ah, fuck my face. Like it's timed a lot like that, which is supposed to be one of Valve's strong spots, is like knowing or guessing where you're going to be looking. I think if you've played other flinchy games, though, you might not. So, but when I played it, I had not played as much of a flinchy game as that, so it was just like, ah, this is, but also this is great, ah. Okay, taking the propulsion cannon out for some reason, and the sea glide in because the sea glide's good. The sea glide can go here. Can a habitat builder. So we're making cool super glass that's not for nerds. Well, actually, it is for nerds. This is the glass for nerds. We're being a nerd, but nerds are good. Don't feel like a nerd today. Still feel like I've not had enough sleep. Is what I feel like. Because I haven't. Stuck a tooth. Stuck a tooth, stuck a tooth, stuck a tooth, stuck a tooth. Youth. Love Terminator 2. By March, the sunset in the UK will be at 7:37 PM. By June, be 9:36 PM. Oh, June. I need the sun back so badly. Enamel glass. I need the sun back so badly. I don't know if it's just the heat. Just I'm taking vitamin D and that definitely did help. Also, I was like, this isn't all of it. It also is just like, bleh. What's that horror game that changes based like what's on your computer? Oh, the I know the game you're talking about. It would check what people's like Windows login was to find their name, but a lot of people's Windows stuff was actually set to their dead name, so it would fucking dead name them, which wasn't. I don't think it was on purpose. Someone was like, "Hey, that was weird that happened." It wasn't a ransomware attack, but it was a game that was supposed to like seem like it was breaking the fourth wall and going, "Well, hello, I'm talking to you. I actually did kill." Blah blah. That's a bit of a spoiler, but I can't even remember what it's called. So how can I spoil something if I can't even say what it is? You know what I mean? If you know it, you'll know it from that, I guess. Rosie is a nerd, bookworm. She's studious from her cerebral cortex to my ass. And yes, there's a song reference from almost 20 years ago. Okay, what, with the name Rosie? Or did you edit that for me? My ex from India said that the sun sets 6 PM all year round. I don't know if it's better or worse from what we have. I mean, I do like when it gets ridiculous, right? When it's like 3 AM and it's getting light. Or it's like 10, 11 PM and it's getting dark. I like that. I like that one. So like, I'm like, does it work? You edited it? No, boo. It's not a song reference. That's just a song about me. Boo. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing either. I've already drank all my water. It's say that this was a thirsty one because of being underwater. So we made the cool glass. Made the coolest of glasses. Show us the mighty prawn. Wouldn't it be great if I could already make it? We only needed one and we made like a whole fucking bunch of them. Great. Lead and diamond we probably already have. But let me check the other thing. Plasteel aerogel. Plasteel aerogel. Plasteel aerogel. Plasteel aerogel. Plasteel aerogel. This is how I remember that we want plasteel, lithium, and I have forgotten it. The song couldn't help me. I don't know if we know how to make that, whatever that other one was. What are these? Uses for salt. Hydrochloric acid. Huh. Hello Frolicles, nice to see you. Happy New Year. Been such a weird... The year is so... It's still so wintry. It's miserable. I had vitamin D, which like solved all my problems for a bit, but then I was like, no, it didn't solve all my problems. So I'm so tired. And I'm so like hating the cold so much. I need the summer back. I could do everything when it was the summer. New hair, no, it's the same hair. It just, this bit, well, this bit's cut and this bit's cut, but like it still goes as long as it's ever been. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. I hope that's good. But I go like this because it does still work. But they're almost like I just call them dog ears because I don't know what else the fuck to call about them. Which I'm like, that I'm not sure that one's a furry one, but like this one's definitely a furry one where I'm like, moo. I'm like, yeah, no, that's definitely a furry thing. This one's just like, it's a cute sub length that you can sort of like play with the hair, I guess. I don't know. But I cut my own hair because I do not trust the hairdressers to cut my hair anywhere. And even the ones that seem like they would be good, I have history with and I also know things about. And I'm like, no, not those ones. Redeemed, put the cow ears back on. One, you think that's worth 1 channel point? Unbelievable. No, actually, fucking donate to the campaign that we're doing. Is it exclamation mark charity? Does this one? Hang on. This one. This one that I pinned. Please send money to it. That they cannot have shit everywhere. Which is a real problem and they'll get real sick. Basically, oh fuck. Why is that like that at the bottom there? What's happened in OBS here? OBS, why'd you do this to me? What's the problem here? Why is it trying to... It's trying to fucking show the wrong page. I've messed it up, haven't I? Fuck. Shit, I've messed it up with my website. Hang on. It's not showing... It says... It's showing Twitch. What's this doing? It's showing Twitch. It's not supposed to be showing Twitch. I messed up. Dang it. Femboy, fembold. I could do bold. Bold of address works well, but it also like it's been such a fight in my life to have long hair. The problem is I can't actually stop. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna keep going and going and going and going, because it's fun length, right? Like it's going down here. Yay! Yay! It's this long. Ooh. Don't worry, I've got like 3 of those. It's not scandalous. It's not scandalous if any of them fall at all, to be honest. But I got 3 things at the same time going on. Yeah, maybe I can be sexy. At least follow this link. I mean, it's in there as well. Can I fix it? Hang on. Can I fix my website? Don't have enough time to do all the things I'm doing. But the website's important. Because it's the closest to what I said I was gonna do. New cities set me free. That's index, that's fine. Nope. I guess I can show you what I'm looking at. Bow, bow, bow. So that's the page, but we want to see. Just leave this page. Leave this page behind. Where's widget? Oh, widget. I see what happened. Okay, I know what to do. We rename this one to widget. Failed because it already existed. Okay, that's fine. We delete widget. We rename it to widget. I mean, we don't have a backup, but we don't need a backup because we already used it for that. So that's widget again. So now, I need to set a button in OBS that refreshes these, which I've not done yet. So I'm gonna do that on this other site. This is the widget. Oops. View the widget. View it. Oh, edit and then view it, whatever. There we go, that's it. So we got the hotkeys for OBS. Is this gonna show too much? Drag onto the screen, please, OBS. Hotkeys. So what does num5 do currently? If I press num5, did anything happen on screen? I don't think so. Doesn't look like anything does num5. Okay, that's great. So we can go... come on. No, fuck off. No, nothing. I don't want anything. Right, so we're looking for nested scenes. Not hide and show nested scenes. Is this one of the ones I actually have to go inside the thing? Hang on, if we go to nested scenes, not gonna let me do that yet. We could just refresh nested scenes. Oh, this is on everything though. No, we're looking for. Hang on, let me close this. It won't let me do both at the same time. Nested scenes. Old Kankuma. That's the only bit I need. Okay. So I think I can go into the properties. It won't let me do that. Will it let me set a button for it, please? Please. I'm right clicking it. Okay, so it won't let me do that. How is Subnautica? It's fun actually. There's a lot of just like exploring the underwater in a way that's like, oh, this is cool, that makes sense. See, right, I'm gonna see, this is gonna take me like a few more seconds to fix. Show Cancuna, please. Show it on my OBS. It won't, fuck, it won't even let me go into full screen now, damn it. Yeah, there we go. Show or hide. Oh, cool. I'm actually dying in Subnautica. That's cool. Let me just pause that for a second. num5. Apply. Okay. So now what should happen is I press this button. Hey! I fixed the whole thing because I am the greatest. There we go. This is how Subnautica is. I mean, you do kind of go weird when weird things happen, because you're at all times you're like inside something at some point. you can get to the top of the sea, I guess, but I suppose if you could get so claustrophobic at this game, like I'm just eating the chips to survive. Constantly needing water all the time. That's the thing that's frustrating.
Vital signs.
But to be fair, I did basically just stand still and do nothing for ages there. Speaking of being thirsty, I'm actually thirsty in real life. So I'm going to go and get some water, and then I'm going to be right back. So enjoy this BRB screen. I'm not sure what the button is for this, so I'll just click it. There we go. Hey, look, it's me. Right, be right back. I'm gonna get water. Everyone else get water, because I'm so thirsty. You must be too.
I'm a small wizard. I'm a big wizard.
Humongous wizard.
Under the sea. Under the sea. Down where it's wetter. Lots of A notes. Under the sea. Why am I different angle on this one than that one? You remember when I set these up? People saw me set these up live on the stream. There'll be people here that saw me do that, and they've drifted. How does this happen? I have no idea. Got back into Daisy this week. Is that game still like functional, or does it behave a lot like, I don't know. I feel like I remember enjoying it, but I feel like there's people who just play it constantly as a battle royale, and those are the people that you go against, as opposed to like you want to go against people who are at your level and don't know what the fuck they're doing. At least that was how I felt about it, but I guess maybe if you play it enough you just end up getting used to that. I missed so much chat. Before I even went away. So Nice Use is bald now. Don't need another haircut for 365 days. Okay. Interesting. How long does that get? It's like to there maybe. I don't know. How long is my hair? How long is it taking to get my hair this long? I just, I would randomly guess 4, but I'm like, no, I think it's longer than that actually, because it would be like 2018 or something, because there's, or maybe even longer than that, like 2017. Is that how long I've been growing it for? Because then that 7 years. This is 7 years of hair. I don't think so, right? I did cut the ends off a little bit, so it's maybe tripping me up a little bit.
I'm a big wizard.
I am a big wizard. One of your friends that you're affectionate with usually has a buzz cut and a love rub in his head. No, that is fun to do. It's fun if you get an opportunity to do that to anybody's head. That's always fun. Another an opportunity to have it done to your head. That's always fun as well. That's fun things are fun, but sometimes you need reminding of what like fun things are. Get someone that you like to do that to the back of your head, or do it to the back of someone's head that wants that done to them. Offer. I feel like it's easier to ask for it than to offer for it, but with any kind of hair, it's great. Hedgehog hair is sexy, great feel to it. If you shave your head by the end of the year, it's at my shoulders and annoying, but by the time it's where the right length goes from 2 weeks to 3 months. Okay. I get there's probably I feel like what's like socially expected or whatever the fuck of the way that hairdressers are supposed to work for people, except just cis people, is that you find some kind of like, this is my style at this length, and then you go and they do it basically. I don't know, but it kind of seemed to me every time I went there that I went there and they just were like, here's a horrendous haircut that you'll hate. We took all your hair away that you were sort of enjoying, but not the shape of it, and we turned it into something that you hate in all ways. Here you go. Here you go. Here's your hair. Did you like that? We have to ask you that, and you're too scared to say that you didn't like it, so you just pay and leave and never come back ever again, or maybe like 8 years later and go through the same process. Hairdressers are mostly bad still. So you get 3 months of pompadour. You had Morrissey hair in your 20s. It was gorgeous, but it was a pain to maintain. Ditched it about the time he became an avowed white supremacist. Yeah, don't want to look. Oh, is he really up to that now? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, I'm so behind on chat, so I'm just trying to catch up everything. In a bit of community server, which seems to be like that, but actually helping each other instead of KOS. Now you kind of want the KOS. You just want them to be incompetent. You want them to be people like who are like new enough to it that they'll be like, oh, okay, I'll try and convince you to give your gold or whatever, and I'll do a little dance, and you go hee ha hee. I guess you want to see this. It's just we're just describing like what happened with Rust, isn't it? That initially everybody plays like that, but then it does just become like, no, this is the most efficient way to defeat my enemies. I do kind of like some PvP games if there's some kind of a little bit of like a wild element to it. So like, I don't know, I'm like, Daisy, is my new water still piss temperature? I wouldn't know what temperature piss is other than pissing on my own leg in the shower. So I would say probably cooler than that, I assume, if the heat of my leg is anything to guess the temperature of my piss against the water that comes out of my tap that is not piss, whether or not those things are the same. But I assume the piss comes out pretty hot, right? Because it's in the inside of the body at like 40 degrees. Obviously it's not 40 degrees when it comes out. Or is it? Hello, Shy Hulk. It's very good to see you. Hello, Aldo. It's very good to see you. Sorry, we're so far behind on chat. I haven't got back into the habit of streaming again, and also this whole week is gonna be me just like fucking with the schedule again because I have so many things planned. But also mentally, I need these things that I'm going to. And also it's I also mentally need streaming as well. Like I'm trying to structure all these things together. So probably won't stream tomorrow. I think I'm busy on Wednesday. I don't know about Thursday, but it depends because also my best friend's coming back on one of those days. Loads of things are happening, but also they need to happen. there's nothing happening. It's just like, well, that I did that, onto the next thing. Mask off for a while. Boo. Sensible 37 degrees ideal for drinking. I don't think it's 37. don't like I don't like this house. It's cursed. It is a cursed house. The piss sink. 'Cause the other sink is in a room, and then the third sink doesn't exist, and is a big bottle of the antibacterial stuff that you squirt out. You know, like COVID era. It's still the era of COVID. Also, it's getting worse actually. Can people wear masks to things? Maybe more, maybe a lot. Because it seems like keep an eye on the numbers also. Seems like it's going up again. Really would not like for another wave of COVID to hit us. Because we've got like no fucking hope, right? We're so fucking battered. Whatever version of whatever generation we are, if we're alive through the period of time recently that we've been alive, we're just like, oh fuck me, you know, it's like fuck pummeled and pummeled and pummeled and pummeled and pummeled, and we're still fucking here. Actually, it is a bit weird also because I'm like, all of my cockroachness ended up getting employed to live through that. But also at the same time it was needed as well. So like I do feel a little bit of like, we don't really talk about this. We don't necessarily even have this like kinship, but because we sort of don't want to talk about it. But it's like, you made it. I made it. We made it. We're still making it. We're still making it. Oh my god, we're still making it. What the fuck? We're so cool. We've lived through so much like quite apocalyptic things, and continuing to, and also seeing the apocalyptic things that were already happening as well at the same time, and we're still like, that's really cool. That's really actually cool. But because everybody's very like griven about it, I don't know what would be the right word, like grieved, because everyone's got all this grief, and I don't actually think that we had a lot of space to like express that. Because it's like, right, go back to normal now, back to normal, 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 back to normal. Okay, I'll try. And then the even weirder thing was when back to normal was actually back to normal, and you go, but we should have changed the things that it became clear to us were at fault in that time period, right? We're not supposed to just exactly mimic the second before. Because, like, at what point do you drop that and let time change and let time pass? And you go, no, don't idolize 1 second before disaster, because that was also in a time period of like multiple disasters. That's why it was so traumatic to happen one thing after another. Of like, these are the things that even you slightly more comfortable people enjoy. Snapping them in front of your face. Are you still a liberal now when these things are being snapped in front of your face one by fascists, and they keep doing it? Aren't you supposed to be protected by the state? Why are they just going through every single one over and over again? The people are, you know, like, huh? Fuck, damn it, if only I had embraced anarchy faster, this would have been so much more of a comfortable experience, I guess, instead of it just like, oh, okay, right, okay, no, I see ideologically what I missed there, or like what I was like expecting. But that's been just a slow process for ages, right? I feel like I was raised pretty liberally, and I do go like, ugh, because it was like, my dad was always slipping in things about nationalism being actually a good thing. And this is someone who lives in England. A little bit of nationalism is a good thing from my friend, and I since learned enormous colonialist and massive fascist developing up into enormous Nazi. Baden-Powell. Fuck. Yeah. So even getting off with like some sort of liberalism and just seeing it all snapped in half. If I had a much more like, I have a much more view of just like, I see bad things happen now and I'm like, so this is the bad thing that is happening of this time. there will be other bad things of other times that will be happening, and perhaps we will solve them, or perhaps they will continue to be bad time. But otherwise, I'm just like, and now let's go do some fun things with my friends. And there was like this huge expectation put on us to like fix everything. I'm like, we can fix everything, but we have to be doing it constantly in every situation, in the sense not in the sense of we have to fix everything, but like if someone's being mistreated in front of you and you put a stop to that, there you go. That's it. It could be as simple as that, because it basically is. But there are situations where like that might require you to do slightly more than just say, hey, stop that. It might require you to like be in a weird situation that I can't even describe because you don't know what it is. But like this other thing, I don't know why this isn't so obvious about being a person and stuff like that. But you really just gotta like build community around yourself, even like other people's stuff. Is just be friends with people and introduce other people to other people and be nice with the intention of like showing up repeatedly. I'm like, that's so obvious. That's so obvious. Why am I like discovering this now? And I'm like, you haven't had this before. You haven't had that before. You're constructing something like I'm almost like discovering that the idea exists for the first time. Like, this seems like a good idea, let's do this. And then it's like, this does have a name. Community, family, stuff like that. I don't know why I roll my eyes. I'm like, oh yeah, of course, because we're always given all this like family is the most important, but they usually mean like your parents and your siblings, and like my parents and my siblings, they've been kind of mean to me for a long time when I needed them not to be mean to me. It's not to say I wasn't mean to them, but like a lot of the ways that they were mean to me were quite like so yeah, masks. Don't wear a mask more often because it's winter. Have your nosebleeds? What? You don't wear a mask more because it's winter and have nosebleeds in the winter whenever you go out. Wouldn't that help? I'm confused. I'll be wearing a mask more often, but like grew up while wearing one a couple of times. It was really unpleasant. Yeah, where are you gonna throw up when you wear them? I just got 2 masks. So I have a disposable one, and then I would have like a cloth one, and then the cloth one would go in the washing, and the disposable one would go in the bin. But then I don't know. I was like, it's fine just to wear one, because it's a great gender thing. To go like this. Actually, I should be doing my voice training, shouldn't I? Something. Hi, you can't tell what's behind here. Oh look, you can't tell what my gender is because I'm wearing a mask. You can't tell what my gender is because I'm behind a mask. Even Shakespeare knew about this one. Like, I don't know. But you saw some hope on the horizon. Ted, it wasn't hope, it was Matt Berry. Don't worry, Canada has 2 Nazis running for Prime Minister. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how like at least three countries in the big imperial, like, yeah, we have the money and also the security deals and the NATO's and the whatever else is, that they about of the same time have gone, let's just have really shit candidates on both sides. But like, yeah, obviously one is worse, but the other one is just doing the same thing whenever they get the chance to do it, sort of thing. Like when nobody's looking, like, oh, me too, I also hate these people and I'm gonna do this. And it's a bit like, is there not an option to vote for that just re-rolls the candidates, or just removes them from their job immediately? Because it does really get into this whole situation where loads of people, a lot of American people especially, are going, loads of people will die if this person is elected. Also, even more people will die if this person is elected. So, where's your How's your pacifism work with that? In that situation? Like, I don't like that idea, that way of thinking, because it almost seems like the end of the equation is like and yeah, you're like, oh, but that sort of stuff changes you forever. You don't get to have a normal life anymore. Like, is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? That in order to like other people in the future to have a good life, you have to like have a bad life now? I'm like, I don't think so. Because I guess there's ways of I don't know. You have triple sinus problems, you sympathize. Trudeau is a corrupt, awful person who pretends to give a shit. Last election had a chance to vote in a bland, milquetoast, boring politician. Vote Trudeau, a Nazi, got 5% of the vote. So milquetoast politician got the boot for a Nazi, and the milquetoast politician was kicked out of the party. Nazis that can get elected is an obvious failure of the democratic system, right? Are you allowed to be in the democratic system if you're process? It gets weird because I'm like, are you allowed to be in the system if you're trying to pull it apart? But then I'm like, well, you're not if you're an anarchist allowed to get elected. There's no system for that to work. But like for a fascist, like their democratic system. The best thing about democracy is it flips the leaders over, right? That it ends them on what is basically the average timescale for about how long it takes a Roman emperor to get assassinated. Because the system, through many iterations, is sort of in some way based on that thing, right? So it is a little mimicked of it, or like maybe that's just like we're like, yeah, no, it's been different year lengths, I think, between then. But it's been changed to that. So let's get back to the game. I feel I'm a lot more talky than I am gameplay, and I don't know if it's just because I'm just going through some kind of like chronic fatigue thing, or I'm just a mess. I'm just a mess emotionally, physically. Have a good time. That's the key for any of this thing, is just have a good time. It doesn't matter, like, if you're in a really miserable dystopian world, just like find whatever the version of like having a really good time is. Especially if you're fucking breaking the rules doing it, because like most of the rules are like, oh, you're not allowed to do something that's fun. But a lot, I'm oversimplifying. In terms of just having a good time, there's loads of rules that are like, oh, actually can't smoke weed here, that's against the rules, that's illegal, can't do that, and then you smoke weed in front of there and it's fantastic. You know. just have, honestly, be able to, I think also like be able to let go of the pressure that you can't fix everything and genuinely go, oh yeah, I am a survivor surviving in these times, right? That doesn't mean you don't care about those things. It doesn't mean you don't, when you get the opportunity, do something, and like sometimes that will involve effort and putting yourself out there. But you also recognize that like you might be like a background character in like a fucking Spider-Man film or something. Spider-Man just lands down and he's like, where's Genocide Joe? I want to wrap him up in my web. And you go, oh, I went that way, and that's all that is needed to cart him away. Also, it has to be Trump, because in the Spider-Man universe, if they don't get both, it seems bad. Right, let's get loads of food out of this machine. Genocide Joe is such a rascal. We always knew he was like the shittest person in the Democratic Party. Like, he was the most conservative person that they had. Because they were like, whoa, uh-oh, America is now so conservative that they nearly elected a fascist, which is... I often feel like conservatives think, right? Like they're fucking political alchemists. and they found some kind of secret trick in order to get complete control of the system without becoming without being corrupted by the evil fascist stuff. But they have absolutely no concept of it. Like, they're often just moving like a puppet to fascism before they've even taken a fucking action, right? Even more so than liberals, right? Because they're further to the right. They'll have fascists in front of them. They'll be fascists. They'll become fascists. Like, absolutely, it's like they're dealing with something radioactive in medieval times, and they have no concept of it, and they have sprayed on everybody's face, including themselves. And they're like, it's good that we haven't. It's good that we haven't died of radiation yet. And it's like, you've got demons inside you. All over you, all over your stuff. They're like at your kids' parties, like, hiya, it's me. But they do think like they're flirting with sort of like a power, and they'll become powerful. But they kind of squirm at like the level that fascists often have to go to. There is a level of, this is a weird thing to say, right? Conservatives sometimes, in a really extreme situation, when Nazis are actually really, this sounds so impossible because I'm saying about how they set them up in every fucking other way. But when there's a situation where Nazis are like, oh, we'll just blow through this, we don't care, kids, whatever, they will sometimes balk at that. There will be like this sliver of humanity, and they go, actually, no, I just liked when my dad was like a cowboy and we lived in this mansion, and I just wanted to do that again. That was the real reason. I was eroding everybody's rights. But that's not really meant as a praise, right? Because that's almost a bigger condemnation. It's like, you let us get this far and you do have a fucking sliver of humanity. Those bastards don't. They've scoured that off themselves because they're zealots now, and they can do whatever is needed to do to push fascism, right? That's the fucking level. They don't operate in the regular basis. It's so messy. I do think that it's weird, like there are these culturally almost these ideological jumps where there's different groups, like there is a socialist, there is a liberal, there is like a sort of communist, there is an anarchist, but there is a conservative, there is a fascist. There seem to be those are the bricks, and the thing is, like, they're not on each other's sides weirdly. Even though they may accidentally be because of like the way that they behave. But also, right to left doesn't really necessarily make sense conceptually, because there's things that are considered left that are like wouldn't be if they were attached to a different philosophy, you know? Find boys, invite them to your bed. I mean, I have been inviting some boys to my bed. At least 2. One of them's my boyfriend. Yeah, that's new anarchist policy, actually, because gender essentialism is getting sort of bad at the moment. Because if I had to guess, I think it's just that maybe some TERFs have found like an into the discourse about queer people, or like close enough to queer people. Yeah, sometimes people come out of transphobic places realizing they're queer and like can bring things with them as well. Every queer person, every trans person has this just horrific trauma attached to them at different levels of healthiness and dealing with it, right? But that's a consistent thing with all of the people that I've met in essentially, I knew of queer people, I knew of trans people, but actually meeting people in person, like 6 months or whatever. July, if we count July, August, September, October, November, December-ish. So like six-ish months ago or whatever. Loads of amazing people, like really inspiring, the best, like, wow, life-changing. I'm changed because I met this person. Just like, it's like the worst trauma stuff, and not everybody gets through it intact either. You have to be really patient with trans people, and not just trans women. There is also this tendency of people to get gender essentialist and then go, well, we don't, I think that's I actually think that's probably a big part of why a lot of trans masc people end up being more invisible in the whole thing, is because even within this sort of prevailing queer culture, it's been affected enough by this gender essentialism basically. And you know, I get it, right? Because if you're like, you're not that old and you're like, oh, my dad sucks, and instead of them saying like it's the patriarchy, they're like, it's his gender. And then what? And then it's like that. Then you're like, oh, I figured out my gender. It's the same as my dad's, and you told me that he was that because he was this gender. Uh-oh. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's the patriarchy. You've met really nice men at some point in your life that completely were safe and helped you in every conceivable way and didn't get anything wrong. This will have happened to you at some point. You'll met like a real handsome guy who just helps you, no reason, nothing's wrong, just whatever. It'd be the nicest person you've ever met. You'll never see him again, and that's happened a bunch of times in your life, undeniably. But yeah, so you know, they do exist. They're not just all trans people in disguise. Although that's definitely happened to a few trans people. They're like, how come you're a nice but this gender? And they're like, well, we're not automatically nice, unfortunately. We've got a CMOF depth module which we can't use. The Cyclops efficiency module which we can't use. We don't need to carry these things if we can't use them. Hear me out. Some signposted rules should be followed. You should only follow a rule if it makes sense to follow it, and not because it's a rule. If the rule is don't hit people over the head with this big hammer because it will hurt them, I go, okay, I don't want to hurt people by hitting them with a big hammer. As much as I want to swing a big hammer, I don't want to hurt people, so I'm not going to do that. But let's say zombies broke into the building and I was still holding the hammer. And I go, okay, everybody, we're going to be really careful around this hammer, but I am going to hit the zombies on the head with the hammer because that's what's called for in this situation, even though it's against the rules. Isn't it fun to just make up bullshit scenarios? So, like, you're only following the rule because it made sense to, not because it's the rule. Yeah, sorry, we skipped so much. I'm just so tired. I've not been streaming so well. I'm gonna try and keep up a little bit. Finding to get hot boys into bed party and campaigning and get hot boys into people's beds. I predict that 98% share the vote. No, I think you're quite. I think you're forgetting 96% of the vote. Oh yeah, that was the other 69. Everyone forgot about it. There was a while where people just said 69/96. I swear, I'm serious. That was a thing. Oh yeah, nice. Or whatever maybe 96 has its own one. Oh yeah, get the hot boys into bed party and campaign on getting hot boys into people's beds. 96% share the vote. Yeah. Example, you aren't allowed to smoke or vape within 50 feet of the entrance to the apartment building you live in. People shouldn't smoke that close to the entrance of the building. It causes lots of problem people with breathing problems. I think like it's really not clear. There's not enough clearness about how safe or unsafe it is to smoke in lots of distances, because there's so many other things that we're also doing that like affect people's breathing, right? Like the way roads are built and exhausts and stuff like that. Because they usually just say no smoking, but then people are like, well, it seems like it's fine. It seems like it'll blow away. I'll be fine. Yeah, farts are letting the fake feminist mask slip. What's that? That's the other thing. See, we should just say TERF because I would instantly know what you're talking about. When I had to work that one out, like, haha, we'll call them farts. They have put money into schemes that have genuinely killed many people. But we called them farts. Just tell me who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. It's just what we say. That's the fucking. I remember when a really handsome man ordered you Uber because he missed the last bus back from a party and my phone was dead. He was really lovely. Yeah, that was potentially a very dangerous situation, but instead it was a very safe situation. That was nice. That was good, and that's just because obviously it was a nice, good thing to do. From seeing that, and taking responsibility. Gender essentialism from any part of the political spectrum sucks. Had a sad instance that the other day from a supposed queer ally. I said, "You're a man, what would you know about being queer?" Oh my god, can you send them to my way? Can you send them my way? Get them to fucking call me a man and I'll tell them, right? I'll fucking tell them that queer does include men. There are men who are queer. There are many men who are queer. And it is important that that's recognized, because in spaces where it's not, it does actually come back to hit me. I'm not a man, and I'll be pissed if they even try it. So actually, just send them to me. I'll sort it out. I'll bring them to the stream. I'll say, hey, listen. Something being a rule of law gives it absolutely no ethical dimension. All it tells you this thing is behavior is not being enforced using violence. It does also, it is a bit of like, look at this thing's precious and shiny. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This thing's different. It's got little writing and little books, and we put it in quillums. Dee dee dee. But like for some, there was a lot of like cultural rule stuff, right? That like, yeah, that was good and it's nice. That's like, make sure you look after yourself, and here's a good way to look after yourself. I think that's how the stuff like that was intended. It wasn't meant to be apartheid. Continuous forms of apartheid. It wasn't meant to, well, maybe it was meant to be that actually. I don't know. There's a lot of things that it's like, trading with people isn't necessarily bad, right? But capitalism very clearly is. So like, there does seem to be a point, and I'm really confused about it, but eventually there is a point where we have to say no, we don't do this as an instruction more than as a rule. I think that's how you think about rules. This is a useful conversation thinking about in terms of the Red Dead Redemption 2 server, which I keep talking about. I'm like, I need the sun to come back. I need it to start getting sunnier before I actually engage in that. Because I'm almost incapable of doing anything, including the stream. I don't want to take a break from streaming, because if I don't stream and then I'm not doing anything else, I definitely will be doing badly then. I gotta keep streaming. At this point, you don't know if you count as queer or fairy or what. You've had so many cards you fought revoked over the past several months. It just sounds like you keep meeting some pretty shitty people, and I'm like, why is this happening? Why are they in your spaces? Why are they we need a diamond. Oh, so if we're gonna get a diamond,
Welcome aboard.
we actually have to get a lot of our oxygen tanks back. With this one, we don't need that many. Honestly, we got all these posters. We should probably do something about, right? Prawn. It's the prawn suit poster because the prawn is cool. Yeah, prawn. It's funny because they've got the Altera symbol. It almost made me think it was the rating for the film for the prawn suit. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good boy. What am I doing? We got a fire extinguisher. I don't really need that. I have not seen a fire in ages. Scanner. I do need a scanner. Repair tool. I do need a repair tool. Printing off some new ones. Yeah, there we go. The fairy thing is clearly someone who made a new definition to describe the way they felt, and applying it as a rule just resonated with some other people. It just, like, any action like that someone's taking that's trying to do that degree of cultural damage is not, they're not doing it because they're probably not, them or the people around them that are pushing it are mostly being driven by non-genuine people, right? People who are just wanting to fuck it up because they know that they can. There are routes, publicized routes, that fascists are aware of in which they can affect and take over an online space. They've been practicing and hearing horror of it all the time, but like continuously over the last several years, they've definitely just been trying to build places of power, and it's been working, and that's why they've been doing more stuff. But largely, that's just because they're getting more money from the fact that we have more billionaires. So it all just comes out to capitalism. But what was my point with this? No, they're just a bad actor. If you're like, no, it's not that because it's me, then just like be that as loudly as possible. But I just have fun with it, you know. It's like, yeah, this is me, and you are like loudly a fairy. You're very obviously a fairy, very obviously queer as well. Because the thing is, queer includes like a lot of things, right? That's the point. It's supposed to catch people who don't even feel like they would necessarily have anything defining. Because queer almost doesn't mean anything. It's something that we just reclaimed because they're like, you're different, and we're like, yes. Yes, we are. Thank you. Thanks for noticing that we are different. You've been very mean to us for a long time, but we bear no resentment. We just want to have fun parties and stuff. And sex with each other. You don't even have to have sex with us. Whatever the fucking BBC says. Sorry. I want a repressed right-wing turfy lesbian to have sex with? No, I wouldn't. No, I'm sorry. I will never, ever even slightly give that impression. It'd be so bad at it. There's some people who are so aggressively cis and heterosexual that the second that sex gets even remotely like gay, they're like, no, bye. I've only dealt with those people when I was behaving cicely, and I'm like, I don't know that I will behave like that with any cis people again. I'm sure they can do fine, but eventually at some point we're gonna want to like fuck with gender really hard. So there is a kind of thing of like, well, I guess if you're cis and you approach that, I don't know if your experience of gender will be the same anymore. But there's definitely people who are like that, and that's what they're pursuing. You know, not everybody that's trans is like perfect about how they do that either. Which also, it means like we have to be very forgiving. There's so many different types and ways and generations and stuff that trans people have done that are like really judged in some way, or like, no, that's not, you know, oh, don't do sex work or whatever. Basically have to after a certain amount of expenses. I'm actually looking at it. I actually have made an OnlyFans, but they won't let me verify it because I'm like, there's enough people that are horny. There's enough people that are horny. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it because I firmly believe that streaming as a medium exists because of sex workers. Like all this stuff that we have, all this development, sex workers, right? My chat is not loaded. It's just disappeared. But hello, Scoos. It's good to see you. Okay, the chat came back. That's fantastic. Doing a lot of chatting and not a lot of video game stuff. OnlyFans keeps cracking on the sex work. But the sex work is on it. It's the sex work website. It's the platform. It will provide money for them. I don't know. I just need money. That's my whole thing. I just need money, and also I'm raising for other stuff at the same time. Bills. So many bills. At least the fridge and the larder is like as full as it possibly could be. So that's good. No, I look into it because there's some cool people. There's people on Twitch that like have the links to that, right? And I'm like, I'm kind of weirded. I'm a little weird about it because I'm just like, but judgment. But I'm also like, yeah, but we talk about sex here. You don't even have to do. I think they usually just do a link tree or something. Some people have it on their page. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna look into it. I'm like, is this appropriate? Is this appropriate? But then I'm also like, yeah, but is sex appropriate? If it's like not appropriate here because this is a space where it's not appropriate, then it will be appropriate in the space where it's appropriate. But it's tricky because you also like you open yourself up to a lot, and Twitch already opened me up to a lot, and it wasn't particularly like cool. So there is this kind of thing of like, I'm like, there's these people who already have just such a strange relationship with trans people, or like maybe they've been forced into having a better one after like tangling with me negatively or whatever. I don't know what the story is, but there's just like, I don't want to already known as being like a bad trans person in those sorts of spaces, and there's definitely people that interact, so that stuff comes back in some way. It's still interconnected, even just for being on the same website. I'm just like, I can't. There's a level of judgment that I'm like, I don't know if I can take that. I know in myself, I know that it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's like, if you choose to do it right, if you take advantage of being attractive. It's a privilege though, like, that's the thing. I'm in a weird space of it in lots of different ways. I imagine the rule with doing something like that is you have to be in a clear headspace and be exactly like, yeah. My main thing is just, I just want money. Just want money. But I also don't think that sex is like a taboo, so why is my ladder full? What ladder? Oh no, these are shelves. They don't allow piss anymore, or hypno roleplay, or CNC. So what you're saying is drinking some lemon juice. Drinking some lemon juice with relaxing music. How could they not allow hypno? I'm sorry. I think people do CNC in their own spaces. The conversation about it further than that, I'm like, I don't have the answer to that. But I don't think there's anything. I mean, people want to piss, but that's interesting. They're like, nah, that's our line. Mention your fridge and ladder being full. No, I said larder. You're just being a shit. I said larder, but I probably was ladder, because I'm from the north. In me ladder. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking losing it. We're fucking trapped in the water. That's our problem. I don't remember what the next step is. Diamonds, which is the purple place, which means we took the extra oxygen. Take the seam off. Welcome aboard, Captain. We go to. Oh, not that one. Not that one. This one, I think, yeah. I say pantry, but what the pantry actually is a shelf. It contains the following off the top of my head: salt, pepper, oregano, parsley, sage, basil, rosemary, thyme. I did that on purpose. Peri seed, chicken, bird. It's got lots of names. It's peri bird seed. It's sometimes called African bird seed, which I'm like, that's really unspecific, but okay. Chili. There's also a mix that's like chili and garlic and onion. I can't remember what that's actually called. Vegetable stock cubes. Thank you for the follow, DZ. Is it oregano the American way? Oregano? Oh no, I did. It's fine. Wait, vegetable stock cubes. I use sunflower oil at the moment. I just keep buying intermittently. There'll be chickpeas, there'll be rice of 2 different kinds. I think 3 different kinds at the moment. Basmati, easy cook, which is just leftover, that stuff shit. It's white rice, but I think it's short range. Oh, what? We're too deep. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Go back up. There we go. It's fine. Red kidney beans. I would normally have sliced bread. That's run out. Conchielli pasta. That's like the shell stuff. But I also have the twisty pasta, which can't remember what that one's called. I've got rice, rice cake in a rice pudding in a tin that I've just not opened. But I think it'll be fine. Black olives, but actually I put those in the fridge now, so they're not there anymore. I think that's everything that I would consider my pantry. It's just the stuff that isn't in the fridge.
Passing 100 meters.
Right.
Oxygen
We're here to get
efficiency
diamonds.
decreased.
Affordables 90s Russia's car.
200
Pantry.
meters.
Right, we don't have ladders here.
Efficiency greatly decreased.
Pantry then? It's probably a more accurate thing to call it that. I just don't know what it's called. Listen. This is the most living I've ever been doing. I don't have most of my own kitchen equipment. Everything I have is basically what I have inherited from people that I've lived with who just like didn't give a fuck about having it anymore. I don't know what to call it. An aluminium? I don't think so. Ooh. Uh-oh. I'm lost. That's the CMOF, we're fine.
30 seconds.
No, we're good. What's this? Magnetite. I mean, probably do need that. Right, switch oxygen tank.
Oxygen.
We're good again. Quite atmospheric here today, isn't it? Wait, did I say aluminium or aluminum? I think I said aluminium, right? No, I do say a mix, and I kind of think maybe I should go try and say the English ones again. But also, like,
30 seconds.
by using American, here's a weird one. By using the American words that just sort of came into my life and times by the media that I was consuming, by the foods and products that I was receiving, that like to the things that I wanted to see and the things that were good and etc. etc. No diamonds. And that's, I ended up speaking like an American. That am I upholding this linguistic history for people in the future to go, ah, yeah, the Americans really did sort of run the show here. Because look how American all these English people are talking, and it's not, they're not doing it to be cool. Although it was in the 2000s, it was like that. Uh-oh. Where's...
Oxygen.
Yep. Oh, good. We have... Wait, no. We can do something. We can... No! Did I get any oxygen out of that, or did I die? It's sounding like I died. I got lost. Oopsie daisy. Keep saying high school in store lately. I never say high school. I'll never rip the word secondary school out of my brain. I never have been to a more disastrous and hostile and vicious place. And the worst thing to learn about it is like everybody that was like that was just basically in pain of being in the space. Like it was just a torturous space, and it made people like that. So whilst you're having like the most fucking torturous worst time of your life, right? And everyone's like actively, persistently, constantly violent towards you. And it like how do you like, and then to discover that basically as miserable as that is, all of the people who are also being violent towards you are also having as miserable of a time. That if anything, the difference is that you're not attacking them back. Even that had to change eventually. It's like, oh, you got to compromise this level of pacifism that you've got, because it's not actually helping. But you can't hit people hard enough that they'll stop hitting you. You have to almost, oh god. I talk about it so much now because it's so fucking ridiculous, and also I'm like, holy shit. That's another thing where I'm like, wow, I really survived through that. Ah? It's good to recognize that, but also like, oh, fuck me. Fuck me, and fuck me did it also fuck me up quite a lot. Miserable place. I'll never forget, not to be mean, but I'll never fucking forget that it's called secondary school, you know? Even when it was okay, it was still just like, you felt like he was still breathing fast, like like are we okay? Are we okay yet? So you never even enjoy anything good about it. I hate acid reflux. I had a really bad time with acid reflux for a while. And I just got into this loop of having loads of fucking Rennies over and over and over again. I think maybe partly I just sort of like got myself into that situation, right? Because I was like, it was like based on what I was eating and when I was eating it, and also how much I was eating it. Not to say this is there's a million reasons why you can get acid reflux. Those were just the ones I think for me. But then the thing is, like, they do work, but they also make it worse later. So you're just taking Rennies all the time. What if your mum slipped some knockoff liquid gas condensate bag with your presents before you left? If that's something she's likely to do, I hope so. If you burp and your boyfriend gets really blush about it. Okay, so your boyfriend likes the burps, huh? That's cool. We did not find any diamonds. Unsuccessful diamonds search. You know what? We need to use the magic of technology to upgrade this to help us. It's the scanning thing. We can scan for stuff. I think it's just diamonds, isn't it? Right? No? It just comes out as diamonds. I mean, we do need lithium. Also, we did die down there. It is important to remember we did die down there and left the submarine there. Just look down and notice how hairy your thighs are getting made you happy. That's so interesting, actually, because I not that long ago had a thing where I think it's just, I don't know if I can even show it. Basically, just because of the way my hips have changed, I can't quite see it. I can put one leg over the other a lot easier. Lots of other stuff is because of that too. But I took a picture of it the first time it happened, because the first time I realized I could do that, because I was like, oh shit, like gender euphoria. I fucking need that gender euphoria, please. Get me through the winter, gender euphoria, please. Just adding gender euphoria to anything, like a fucking spice, does actually make it every single version of that better. If you wanted a fucking like cure all, it's gender euphoria. The great thing is you don't have to be trans to experience gender euphoria, although I would argue it's a safer way to describe people as being trans as people who experience gender euphoria by, I guess, being against their assigned gender. But cis people can experience gender euphoria by acting heavily in their gender. You may find as a cis person that you don't like that, and then that you like doing a different thing, and then congratulations, you're trans. It's not really a clear thing. Sometimes people trying to define it doesn't actually help it. But also, sometimes it is absolutely a defined thing. But yeah, gender euphoria is amazing. Didn't know it was possible to be that happy also, which is both a very sad and very happy thing to say. Of like, oh, okay. It can feel that good. Easy to forget good things sometimes. Chest hair must grow for your gender euphoria to proliferate. I was reading a thing recently, I don't know if this applies to you, where someone was saying they got a lot more hair growth post top surgery, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that's true for everybody or if that's like anecdotal or something, but these are shale chunks. Is that gonna be the thing that's gonna have the diamonds? Do you get gay-phoria? Jesus fucking Christ, I'm so glad I'm gay. I'm glad I'm gay, as well as also being other things, like being bisexual and pansexual, whatever. There's some shale chunks. I can't really tell. So if this is from here, it's actually pretty close. Not inside the little volcano thing, is it? I can't tell. This is the worst map ever. Get me out of this map room. There's so much map. I don't know. It's fun doing like lesbian stuff, but then it's fun doing what I guess would be called straight stuff as well, right? Not everybody's gender is that straightforward. But but then I also the other thing is not everyone's gender is straightforward, because also like you can be multiple things, but also like people will be figuring them out, right? I think sometimes maybe there's this assumption that a trans person you met has like completed everything that they wanted to do for their gender. But it's a little hard because, you know, sometimes it's just like, oh, I'm not there yet, and people are like, oh, you're hot and sexy. I'm like, oh, I'm still not there yet. I'm still not at the point where I can just relax, basically, where I can see my face and I can just relax about it. I'm still not at the point where I can hear my voice and just relax about it. I get occasions like that because of stuff I'm already doing. But it'd be nice to just to fucking chill out for a bit, right? Just everything I'm doing, just pushing. I have to push. There is a trajectory. I literally think like this is the year of facial surgery. This is when I'm gonna make it happen somehow. There's a long year, so like it's okay. But then potentially that means the next year is attempting to see how far I can get for bottom surgery. It's not from January the 30th, 2023. In terms of transition, that's not a fucking bad timeline at all, and I think it might be possible. And I need it. But the problem is, we're in the stage now where like basically everything is like $2,000. Or less, potentially, although it might end up just being fucking $2,000 anyway. And then after that, everything starts getting into the $20,000 category. And this is if we're extremely fucking lucky and we've somehow find some secret, like I think maybe we have with the Argentina thing. But the other also thing is like, really would want to get bottom surgery done in Thailand specifically by people that are like leading in their field level. And I'm like, how feasible is that? How feasible is that actually? How fucking much money does that actually cost? Maybe not that much more, but we're still like, we're talking like American medical bill level of money. Maybe? I don't know. That's something that I haven't looked into that much, but it's still like the tens of thousands. Like, I'm never gonna see that money ever in my life. And then also, I do feel almost this weird sense of like guilt of like, if I'm able to access that through a ridiculous amount of money, that the fact that anything costs money means there's going to be people who can never get access to it, right? So there's almost like entrenching some kind of fucky gender class system, right? Well, I guess the class system is also gender, right? That I'm allowed to access things in line with my gender because of my class above other people. Everybody, when I say this to people, people are always like, well, you can't think like that. And I'm like, I don't know. It does seem like maybe sometimes I get this impression that there's people that are further along in that stuff that are like, no, this is what being trans is. That if you don't reach where I am, then you're not a trans kind of stuff. And I'm almost wondering if I'm getting that vibe off somebody, but I can't read them, so I don't know. A lot of places have financing options, but I have no finance. I have no job. I'm not an employable person. I've never been able to get a salary job. The closest that I've been able to do that has been Twitch, which has always worked out to be about £2 an hour, right? Hello, Skylar. Pleased to see you. We're playing Subnautica, and also I'm just really chatty and not very gameplay, which I think is fine, but for some reason there's part of me that's like, no, people won't enjoy the stream. They want to see the hot Subnautica action, and most of it has just been me fucking cycling around in this little tube and going, oh well, blah blah blah, this is my dad, blah blah blah, this is my gender. It's good to see you. The ocean is actually not treating me well because it did kill me recently. But it's fine because our submarine is also still there as well. That's good. At least we have this. Right. Take me to the place where my submarine is. Where would it be? It would be in this direction, I think. I would love to say we're a real explorer of the deep, but I feel like if you go, if you go out to gather like a rock and then you die in the process, I don't think you get to say like, oh yeah, I'm a cool explorer who's like effective and good at my job. I'm a clone that came out of the machine, right? It's the, what's this planet even called? Subnautica. What's it? Is it called? I've named it Nautica. I don't care what its actual name is.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
This is Nautica. Where is my submarine that was here?
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
It's vanished without a trace.
Calorie intake recommended.
Vanished without a trace.
30 seconds.
But oxygen, it's fine, but it's vanished without a trace. Where did it go?
Oxygen.
Yes. Okay, we're probably gonna leave by air bladder. But we have to remember that that's our intention. Planet 4546b. Nah, or maybe they've done that on purpose, so because this is a very you are an explorer game. Ooh, hello. So I think that maybe is intended that you just name it if that's how it is. I'm gonna call it Nautica right now. I mean, we could call it anything, to be honest. Call it soft gawk if we wanted to.
Oxygen.
Okay, yeah, shit, that's a good point. Right, let's get in the right place and descend. Oh, I only got us so far. Of soft gawk as a name. Subnautical, to do with what is below the sea. But it's just a sea planet. A sea planet that has stolen my submarine yet again. Did it get destroyed? Did it disappear? Where did it go? So we have to have another ship. We have to have another submarine funeral. Reason, who knows? What's a word for like question mark, nothing, NA. The nah? Needs to be funnier than that. It could have been destroyed if it got bumped below 200 meters, unfortunately. I think you're right. I think that maybe is what happened to it. Where am I going? Where's my house? Here it is. Yeah, I think maybe that is what happened. That's a guess. I mean, it's a good guess. Because it was very much on the edge of that. So is it Deep Impact 2? Fucking invisible? Is Deep Impact a film? Hang on, I've been saying this joke, right? Is Deep Impact actually...
Overboard, Captain.
Let me look this up. Deep Impact movie. Deep Impact. The 1998 film. Elijah Wood's in it. So he was always an actor, huh? Got aliens in it. Okay, so that seems like a... Okay, is there a Deep Impact 2? Deep Impact 2. Will there be a Deep Impact 2? There is no Deep Impact 2, so I can call it whatever I want. Because even if it got swallowed by the rocks, there would still be a single beacon for it. I don't have a thing that just tells me, like, by the way, previous sub is eel bait. That was it. There was a place full of eels. So these are the ones we've had before. Fish slapper hit too many fish. Deep impact also died down there. Eel bait was suddenly thrust upon by an enormous eel that went rah! And then crab meat was an even worse version of that because it was a big monster that went clonk onto the front and I had to leave. So it was crab meat. But I was literally pretending to be a crab and like teasing it and going ha 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 ha. So I guess this is Deep Impact 2. The sequel. But what would you call a Deep Impact 2? I didn't fucking see where it was, so it's invisible. I think this needs copper, doesn't it? Why? Deep Impact 2 even deeper. But it wasn't deeper. We're lying about the memory of this. What's wrong with me? I need to eat. Too deep to impact. Deeper impacts. Deeper impact's good because the thing is like it's a new one, so it's a new. That makes sense. Too deep to impact. I mean, eventually it just becomes other films, to jokes. Inevitably someone says Electric Boogaloo and I internally wince because although that is the meme, it's also commonly used for white supremacists as well. That doesn't mean that it's wrong to say that, it's just it trips up my like, oh yeah, dog whistle alarm. Because when you know loads of dog whistles, the world looks quite scary, which is the point also. It's supposed to look like it's scary so that you lose hope and that you don't fight, because it turns out like you see like 50 horrible images and it turns out it's just the same person that made them all, you know what I mean? Oh, inventory full.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, by eating multiple snacks. I mean, I guess it would be a good idea if you really were like starving. It's not gonna be Tokyo Drift. There's no Tokyo. I think Deeper Impact is the best one, right? Because if your whole film, as far as I can tell, that a big meteor hits it or something, I don't know if that actually happens or they're trying to prevent it, and you're like, oh my god, a deep impact. It would be very funny to be like, and now your favorite characters from the film Deep Impact return. Oh no, character in Deep Impact, it's going to be an even deeper impact than before. You know, I think that's great. So I think that's the name of this ship that got destroyed. I thought I had 2 copper ore. Oh, gold! Whoopsie-daisy. Well, I wouldn't want to make it out of useless gold. Better find that copper. Oh no, can't find the copper. There's more useless gold. Ah, darn. I'll check in the backs. Maybe there's we probably should have taken that with whatever. Oh good, look, it's 1 gold. It's not a copper. I come out the same week as Armageddon. That sounds like I don't know anything about it, but that sounds like that would be true based on me guessing. I love it has that specific blend of drama unique to 90s films. Yeah. So we're all in agreement. We're all big fans of a film we've never seen. It's the easiest way to find copper. Sandstone chunk, maybe. Give me shale chunks. Give me. There's one nearby. No. Maybe it was just better to go for shale. Trying. Oh fuck! We don't have our. We don't have our submarine. This must be dirt. We must find the copper, right? Is it not on the map? Are we too far away from it? Hang on. Limestone chunks for copper. I feel like we grabbed all of those. I know they come back, but been avoiding them and hoping to find copper in other places because it's just been such an extreme thing. also get all the assistance for potato chips. When I was the lowest weight I ever was, when I was like, oh yeah, I severely have an eating disorder, I would eat one packet of Walker's potato crisps, chips, whatever, crisps. They're crisps. They're called crisps in my country. One Boost bar that's like this chocolate thing, and one like cola or something, and that was my entire food for the whole day. So I was still eating every day, but that was the only thing I was eating. I was eating out of the vending machines at college, and I was too scared to go to ask for real food at the more cafeteria bit, because the other thing is that cost money that I did not have. Which, you know, it's interesting to think about. We need more water. Even role-playing a snack right now. I was wondering for role-play a snack. The upside to vor is prayer snacks. You can't, there's almost a thing, it's a bit of a stereotype, but I'm almost like, you can't be into vor and not be a furry. I don't think that happens. So pop that in that person's video or whatever the fuck. No, is a stereotype, I guess? I don't know. How do I get this? There we go. Limestone chunk. It's not there, it's here. Copper ore that I can't pick up because I'm just too full of edible fish. But they make me, wait, they make me more thirsty. Okay. I'm kind of off the suspicion without, of a position without being a fairy. That's the big hit right now. Here's how I remember it going in my history. Everyone was talking about anal, then everyone was talking about rimming, and then everybody was talking about BDSM. Yeah, it went in that order. And then everybody was talking about pegging, and then everybody was talking about, what was after pegging? I think armpits. Everyone was talking about armpits, and now everyone's talking about office position. People always do this though, because they're like, oh, it's kind of shocking, isn't it? But then everyone's like, nah, the shock's worn off. We all want to do it. That's what it goes like for all of these things. They're you know how like it's like the crazes, as they would call them when it was toys at school, except we're adults and it's sex. So it's like, yeah, let's all do this one now, where it's all normal now, which is good. It's good to normalize it. But yeah, I think that's the new one. Everyone's talking about it. We got all the copper we need. To be a bit of a fairy. Could just be a just be an unfortunate boy who's full of eggs. You know, it could happen. Oh gee, oh shucks, oh gee. Oh no, I'm full of eggs. Whoops. That's how that goes, right? Whoops daisy. Darn it. Sorry, I did right. And in preparation to say a funny thing, I was like so we're dealing with a nerd stereotype. The lights have gone out. There we go. In dealing with the nerd stereotype, let's just, I don't know, arbitrarily pick a very hot nerd. Oh, the guy from Atlantis. Right, so we're talking very clearly talking about eggs and a boy, and then I go, well, let me just think about the hottest boy I've ever thought of within this subcategory of nerd. What if he had eggs in him? And I genuinely stopped myself and went just like got hit with the full force of that, and now I can't talk about it anymore. And now I don't know if I can talk about it anymore. Why did I do that to myself? Let's have this very sad funeral. The Let's make this very, very sad. Sad funeral for the submarines. Here we go. Wait. Can we change the size of it? Bigger. The biggest. Deeper impact. But it wasn't deeper impact. It was the same impact. The same impact? But it's deeper. Deep impact to deeper. Deep impact to the same depth. Will that fit on this? Baby, you want me full of eggs? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Deep impact. Deep impact. 2. I. The same. Nah, they've run out of space. Deep. It just has to be. We only have space for deeper impact. Deeper impact. They are honored dead. Be checking a particular tag out on Rule 34. DVD commentary for Armageddon is a thing of joy. I miss DVD commentary. I asked Michael why it was easier to train oil drillers to become astronauts than it was to train astronauts to become oil drillers, and he told me to shut the fuck up. Similar gift impact. Oh, as in the deeper impact. Similar gift impact. There wasn't enough room for it, unfortunately. And I can see our camera being bullied. But what we really need is the prawn suit. We need the prawn suit so much that I'm almost tempted to just forego doing that and actually make the big beefy boy. Because the fucking big beefy boy is a big beefy boy that can fight back. Like, he should have a little music like da 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 da. I do still like soft cock. I wonder if I've encouraged a level of like horniness in the chat that I'm like, have I gone too far? But I'm just reading everything that's happened in the chat. We've got rudeness, we've got personas, we've got being full of eggs, gift, impact, soft cock. I'm for having a great time. As long as everyone's having a great time. Hello Glaziera. As long as nobody's having a bad time. I think we're allowed to be this raucous, right? You spend enough time on Twitch in so many spaces like being PG-13, PG-13, and it's like, I don't think we actually have to be PG-13 anymore. And it's really confusing to me because it makes me go, oh no, this action is bad. And then I go, no, it fucking isn't. You've just been censored so much in this space that it's affected your way of thinking. And there is nothing helpful over here. Doesn't you have an age warning and click on your stream? Yeah, I got every single warning that I thought was relevant. I just don't do anything like smoke on screen because I think it's a really good way to like help people quit smoking. Which, not that I'm like incredibly compassionate about people quitting smoking. That compassionate was the wrong word to use there. Not that I'm like everyone should quit smoking. If people want to quit smoking, in the same way there's like no gambling stuff on here either. I'm like, hey, if you want to quit. Don't need to unnecessarily put that in your face. If you're gonna hang out with me though, if you're gonna do like what MK did and show up and buy me a bunch of ciders, I'm gonna get drunk probably. There was a thing, right? There was a thing I think I don't know if we said anything about it, but unconsciously we were like, we do need to actually get as drunk as possible. Like it will be a shame if we don't get really drunk. So we got really drunk. And then we did it the next day. So that was good. I am up for that kind of time. It's just I don't want it to be the only kind of time I have, I guess. Because other people that are also not necessarily up for that are going to be like, It's like how they're also, as an adult, whether you like it or not, you do have to have events where people's kids can come. Otherwise those adults will become distant and isolated from the rest of the society, and will raise their children with bad values. I don't see any kids anywhere though, because I also think they're kept away from us. But if you get friends, if you've got friends that have kids, I think it's more common for cis people. Let's have an age one. Yeah, I think you'd be horny. I'm just terrified of being like, I'm terrified of being punished. No, I'm just terrified of it blowing up on my face. But which is understandable. Twitch has blown up on my face a few times before, and it's been like really difficult. So I'm like, which is exactly the kind of thing I'm trying to fight against. I'm like, no, actually, it's spaces. It's fine. It's like, we're not medieval monks. And even also, the medieval monks were fucking each other. They were fucking. There's loads of I would wager, without actually seeing directly, but I'm pretty sure this is true. There's a great deal of artifacts of things that have been found and made in fucking monasteries and stuff. Those monks were fucking. They were definitely, there was definitely monk fucking happening and occurring. Also nuns as well. They definitely were. Yeah, no, it's difficult, it's dangerous, but like they were doing that. Definitely rein it in if someone said they're uncomfortable, since it seems for them too. But if everybody does, that should be fine, right? Yeah, yes, if someone, yeah, no, I guess there's some things that people can come in that maybe have the urgency of like, so if someone came in and was like, I've got a problem, and then we all stop talking about horny stuff, and you know, that's fine. And I hate this fucking term trauma dumping, which is entirely created to make you think in a different way about like people's problems and stuff like that. Of like, oh, I don't have a responsibility for, you know, like, let's say there's a big party and someone's in a huge amount of pain and they go to the party, but the whole party has to stop to help them. There's people who are like, no, that's not okay. But there's the urgency there, and it applies to other things as well. Like, I think there is like a responsibility for us to be nice to other people, even if it disadvantages ourselves. But when I say that sounds really simple, doesn't it? God, your body has done something horrible. I need science to see if it's a me thing. There'll always be an answer. I say, someone that has no real solution other than, I don't know, traumatized to why I have such incredibly disruptive sleep problems. The reason that the stream starts at 4 PM is because I physically can't make it any earlier. It used to be, and then I stopped being able to do that. So we need, we've got copper. We need the lithium stuff, we need the plasteel. I think we actually can make that. Let's have a look again. Aerogel. I think I made that before for some reason, plasteel. Let's start with 2 plasteels, because I think that's lithium. I think we've got at least 1 lithium. Do you mean your body's done something recently, like, I mean, what's the thing with my back? Where it's just like everything back there is just like fucked. You mean like just right now, like you've just gone and it's gone, ugh. Because that doesn't sound enjoyable. And I realized that maybe I didn't give that the attention it deserves. I was like, oh no, I hope you're okay. I hope that was clear. Put your teeth together. Turn your tongue on its side and push against your teeth and open your teeth a bit. Brain just declared that your teeth were now on the sides of your mouth. Okay. Like an insect? I always really struggle about this. I almost have like a tongue dyspraxia, right? Because we already established the sounds that I don't know how to do. I don't know what else to think of it as. Put your teeth together. Turn your tongue because it's on your side. No. Not for me. I actually did understand that, but no, not for me. That didn't happen. That's a reoccurring part of the stream, isn't it? Making me try weird things with my tongue. Should we make that? Should I have to make that like a bit thing? For 100 bits, you can direct me to do something with my tongue. Would that get? How much trouble would that get us into? How immoral is it to sell that idea? Is it immoral? Is it immoral at all? Lithium. We've got 1 lithium. And we need... Make plasteel, we need a titanium ingot. Do we have a titanium ingot? No, but I think we can soon. I feel like that leads to some interesting... Yeah, I'm also... Yeah, no. Put it on the OnlyFans or whatever. What am I looking for? This one. I've only got 6. So let's put some of these oxygen tanks away. Subnautica. Grabbing pieces of titanium. Putting them in the machinium. Is anyone else really tired? Physically? I'm so glad I got food in because I can just... I can chill out. I've got so many things to do. I can chill out. I can just hang out and make food. It doesn't matter if I go to sleep late, as long as I get a nice meal in me. What will I make? I've got pasta. See, I couldn't get any no, I did get broccoli. I went back to somewhere and got broccoli. We could make... I could try making onion sauce again, actually. Because I think I'm really good at it. Where are we going? Why are we swimming this way? I completely lost why I went this way. Lithium. Lithium is, I feel like lithium's in a different place. I think we'll have to scan for lithium. You sleepy as well? If some stuffed potato skin things, think you're gonna eat those. I don't have any potatoes, because potatoes were too heavy to carry both times I went shopping. But potatoes are good. Potatoes are a really good thing to have in your fridge forever, because at some point you'll need to cook them. You don't even necessarily need to put them in the fridge, to be honest. It's not telling me where the lithium is, unless it's just very, very slow. Scan for me. I mean, it's telling me there's lithium. It's telling me there's a few lithium. Okay. Just put in somewhere dark. I don't know. I feel like the cold definitely slows it down. Sometimes putting it somewhere dark, you'll find that there is actually like the smallest sliver of sunlight in somewhere, or even just opening to check to see if there's still potatoes in there will be enough that they need to grow. Whereas for whatever reason, because the fridge is also dark as well, but I think because it's cold it seems almost like it does that. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think we're in this time period, right, that doesn't have a name or recognition, but I'm recognizing it because of what Christmas has come to mean for me. But I'm just gonna, next year, Saturnalia, it's gonna be a big Saturnalia. It coincide with Christmas stuff, that's fine. We're gonna celebrate the world before contractual obligations existed. We're gonna have 7 days of debauchery. With just like everything hedonistic food, fuck it. Doesn't even have to be Christmas food. Just really go for it. And then everyone in like January is just like, wow, that was fun, and just resting. Because instead what happened is it did basically fuck all and was bored. I was like, that's not what I wanted to do. And incredibly lonely also. You can't ignore Christmas. You can do a Saturnalia instead. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna recreate it. Not for a religious purpose. Just because... Well, I don't know. It's a little bit anti-religious. Because I am kind of like... Oh, I really don't like really don't like this about Jesus. I really actually don't want a big celebration about Jesus. I know everyone's like, oh, it's actually about Saint Nicholas, or it's actually just about us being nice to each other and giving each other presents. And I'm like, I know, and it's also very much about Jesus, like quite a lot and quite aggressively. Sometimes aggressively, sometimes very calm and nice. So sometimes the things are very nice to see. I think any festival that's got a bunch of lights in is going to be pretty good. But there is just a thing of like, well, I want to be doing something, but I don't necessarily want to be recreating a scenario that's like maybe a little bit traumatic to me, right? I'd rather just be having a fun time. And then if Christmas things want to show up in that event, that's fine. We're all gonna fuck the turkey then. Whatever, if that's what it is. No, please don't fuck the turkey. It died for your sins. Sorry, pumpkins on the other hand. Storing potatoes in the fridge will cause the starch to turn to sugar, giving a sweet flavor that you don't want from your potatoes. I think my potatoes are fine. I mean, how long are they talking about? Also, like, they often get washed. Do a big kaiju film festival where you watch every Godzilla film starting from the first one from 1954. See how many I remember from when I was a kid. Nice. You should. Shyhawk's a big kaiju fan, right? And B&M Bandit is as well, I think. I feel like I remember that because I was surprised because I suddenly was like, oh, I'm not. I know I'm not a fan, but also I was like, oh, okay, this is like a whole thing. This is a whole fandom. I don't know. Of course it is. Is the lithium under here? Cold make them sweet. They don't seem that sweet. I'm not in a bad way. Oh, here is the lithium.
Passing 100 meters.
God, seriously, a boy now and forever.
Decreased.
Seems cool. But this is the thing, like, I'm quite, there's paradoxical parts of me, right? Because I'm always like, yes, embrace life, fuck yeah, ah! But then there's also things where, like, people will be interested in something and I'll just be entirely neutral. I'm like, yeah, it's cool. And I wish I was, like, that level for everything, right? Damn it, we can't get this lithium. There's no other lithium here. This isn't lithium. No. I have to leave soon. We got
30 seconds.
Yep. Lithium, please. Oh, am I going the wrong way?
Oxygen.
Shit. No, this is the right way now. Oh, fuck. It's supposed to be above this, isn't it? It's supposed to be above this, I thought. Uh-oh. We are lost. We are lost when we're gonna die in a spooky place. Unless I go this way. Hope it is this way. I have to make this decision to breathe through the thing that's gonna help us escape. Look up to escape.
Oxygen.
Okay. Use it. Replenish oxygen. F. There we go.
Oxygen.
No, we're not gonna make it. No. No. As I can see the exit. Ah. No lithium though, so it doesn't really matter. So, a video where someone made mashed potato crisps. Well, I guess they've already got the salt and everything in them. You just would need so much. You know, there's this thing that's like, wait, hang on. Let me let go of this. When was like, when were crisps? When did crisps come into play? Crisps invented. I'm not sure if they were invented when they were said that they were invented. Because I have, because I have this, I've noticed this thing of like pasta. Pasta shows up once, presumably they're trading with noodles, so pasta's basically an extension of noodles. But crisps also, like, I'm like, tortilla crisps though, because tortillas are an ancient bread, right? So if we're suddenly getting crisps in our place, does it coincide with stuff of tortillas? When's the first crisp? History. The earliest known is 1817, which that seems kind of late actually. But then there's also been a thing here where like Mexican food just sort of showed up in like 2014 basically, and then suddenly was a thing. Whereas like that's not to say there was no Mexican food or no Mexican people, but like it did come in a big way. That's why everyone's talking about avocados all the time, because everyone wants to get guacamole. I love guacamole. I love avocados. I wish maybe the trade of it was a bit more fair than it is, because I don't think it is. Ooh, okay. Time is it? We've been doing this for 3 hours. Yeah, no, I was just trying to see if it was older than that, but I guess not. But there's loads of people frying it in ways that I'm like, surely that's older than that. I don't know. Hang on. Tortilla. Tortilla. That's how you spell it, right? Tortilla. Tell me about its history. It's not very good. It says 500 BCE. Oh, that looks way more just like a regular flatbread, right? Huh. So when did they get enough to make, when did tortilla chips exist? Tortilla chips. History. Popularized in the 1940s as a way to make use of misshapen tortillas, rejected from the automatic tortilla manufacturing machine. Huh. Wow. I mean, it's just to the industrial process. I was expecting it to be older because all the rest of the stuff is. Okay. Carranza received the Golden Tortilla Award for a contribution to the Mexican food industry in 1994. She found the cut and fried were a popular snack and she sold them for $0.10 a bag. That's interesting. Just yawned and gleeked all over yourself. What is gleeked? What is a gleek? How does one gleek? I hope to not gleek over myself, unless that's something I want to. Right, so we're alive again. We still have issues of needing things like lithium. When saliva shoots from the bottom of your tongue. Oh, like made like that sound and like spat all over yourself? Is that what that is? No, don't pick it up, for fuck's sake. There we go. I love that you can just drop it. There's no, it doesn't have to be deploy or whatever. And they're like, no, that's the wrong one. Aerogel. I'm not exactly sure how I would make that one, but I'm gonna check. Doesn't make a sound, it just shoots hand 2 jets. I don't know, you might be describing something that I've never done in my life before. I'm trying to go, yeah, and I'm also like, what are you talking about? I don't know what that is. We don't have it here, but I'm sure at some point I've made it. We've thought about making it. What if we just made it? What if we just made a bunch of acid or whatever, you know? Acid mushroom. And then what was the other thing? It wasn't lithium, was it? Salt. An actual use for salt. Oh, we need... Sorry, we need deep shrooms. None of your regular shrooms, even though we've established that they're acidic. None of your deep shrooms count. None of your non-deep shrooms count, sorry. Didn't know it was called clicking, we've definitely done it. Amazing film, made a video about it again. That's where you learn the word. But what if they just invented the word? What if they were just like, no, this is real. This is real history. I didn't invent it. Okay, so I need a deep shroom. I think we need to make use of this camera, right? We need to explore things before we go get them. I need to find magnetite. We can scan for Reaper Leviathans. Let's do that. Because if it comes up with even one, I'll be terrified. Oh. Huh. Get off my camera. Word was used in Shakespeare, filled in, make up the word. Well, just because it's in Shakespeare doesn't mean that's what it means. But I'm just being contrary. You're probably right. What if you detested all things evil and nefarious, but then King Ghidorah came along and looked really cool, badass? What then? I don't know who that is. But they are a king, so I'm a bit like, Why are we headed towards a Reaper Leviathan with this thing? What do I expect to learn from this? Is that the back of the ship? Oh, it is! So it just lives at the back of the ship then, okay. I think it will eat this camera. Probably will, right? I haven't actually lost any of the cameras. This place has lithium, right? I think. I will eat your eyebrows. Please do. I need to get them, like... A friend one time, really early in me doing gender experimentation, and this was a cis person, by the way, took me to get my eyebrows done, which was really good. But also, like, I don't think I could go by myself. I don't remember which one it was. I think maybe I could guess which one it was. Go again. But it was good. It was quite relaxing. Nice gender thing. I'm not seeing lithium. Oops, I'm hitting a lot of fish. I'm gonna find these deep mushrooms. But like, I think I have to physically scan them myself. It'd be great if the camera had a scan attachment. Godzilla's arch nemesis, a three-headed golden dragon meant to symbolize Japan's fear about a resurgent China. Yeah, I imagine it's a lot of like Japanese fears, right? Oh, I was hoping I could pop that. Whee! What's this? It looks like it is a mushroom. Oh! Why is there a random mushroom here? Right, let's head in the opposite direction of the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. Should, because it's big. It's quite big. What's the giant thing I like? Iron Giant was pretty good. Everyone was like, it's not like that in the books! Like, yeah, it's obviously entirely different, but also, isn't it cool? Isn't it a cool little film? With a anti-nuke message? Well, kinda. Because he does end up fine after getting nuked. Spoiler. He does repair himself. Original animated one. Like the big friendly giant. Reapers do have preset roaming grounds, but you can divert them. I did it once and led it to the safe shallows by accident. Not fond of the new one, but the original one was my childhood. Oh, I feel like that's one of the things I vaguely remember. I probably watched it a couple of times. Mine was always like the You're walking on the air. Like that whole thing. We just watch that. And Wallace and Gromit. These are Christmas things, so. Like, yeah, can I see the singing? Because it just was drawn in such a delicate way. But also it had a song that was like easy to learn, I guess. I'm walking in the air. But don't. I've seen it so many times now that I don't know. You're just like, I kind of hate repetition. It sours lots of things, I think. No, we're so bad for resources. We need a sub. It must be the prawn. It must be the prawn suit. I don't know how to make one of the ingredients. Is it in here? We have a different... in the blueprints? No, but it is telling us that we can make things like hydrochloric acid. If we just make all these, are we gonna discover like the chemical process for like electrolysis or whatever? Let's try it. Let's make some bleach. We have a coral sample? We don't. Over here either. What was it again? Salt and coral bleach. So now salt is useful, I guess. We could have collected loads of salt if we cared for it. Yeah, these things. Oh, there we go. Just need the right angle. I don't think you should really be cutting anything off the coral, right? If we're supposed to be being kind and generous with the...
Bleach is an essential chemical used
Yes.
for cleaning wounds and purifying water.
Yes. Okay. What about making deep shroom? I'm not really sure where to get that. To make a hydrochloric acid. Maybe that's one that we won't get to see until we have the shrimp, the prawn, whatever it is. Aerogel. I swear I've made that before, somehow. Where I've seen that. It feels familiar to me. Oh, there's still things we've not discovered, like multi-purpose room. I think maybe that's worth exploring. Because that will be, fragment. Be fragment, right? Still saying there's fragments. Let's go find a fragment. You want to try electroplating? I like watching these things, so I really like restoration videos. If you wanna be nice to me, send me a restoration video of like a knife maybe, and I'll be your friend. Or something like that, some kind of process like that. It's nice, it's relaxing. But I've seen a few where they do that to old iron pans, and the process really doesn't actually look that complex. And I'm like, I think I would maybe like that to do that for some things, because there is a pan in this house, and it is just atrocious. The thing is though, you can only do that. You can only do that for like iron pans if it's meant to be for like, you know, if it's meant to be for cooking your chips on. It's probably got a bunch of whatever the fuck the Teflon or whatever is. You're not wanting to take Teflon off. Fragments are this way. Mount Franklin's. There's that roar, infernal roar again. I happen to know it's miles from here, so I'm not worried. We need to figure out what's wrong with my back, though. Problem is, it's just another thing. It's just another appointment that has to be made. Maintain the cast iron pan. Yeah, I want to, like... My old housemate had one. Actually, both my old housemates had one. It's just another one of these things, right? Sure, I could buy, like, a nice one for, like, £40, maybe even £20. I also need that money to do that. Every time I make an expenditure, it's like, alright, how comfortable are you going without food for this amount of time? Which, you know, I've been doing stuff like that for ages. I would prefer not to, because I think that stuff catches up with you, right? When I live a long time. Hello, Roy Rainbow. This guy on Reddit over Xmas who extrapolated a turkey by accident. How did it turn out, dare I ask? Oh, there's fragments here, we never even checked. Bet that's because it's... No? Okay. Are these one of the ones that don't fucking work? Oh, and these ones are... Oops. Oh shit!
Calorie intake recommended.
I'm fine. It's still hot, so I don't think like I should touch it, but whatever. We're getting onto late level stuff that we're finding duplicates of, which makes me think that we're like getting further to finding distant fragments. Eat acid reflux so much you want to remove your esophagus. That's rough. What's this in the middle of nowhere? Seamoth fragment. There are a lot of fragments. It's a good thing everything was smashed into pieces. Though to be fair, if you find anything that's fully together and you scan it, you do get the whole thing, so. Zip. Whee.
30 seconds.
Uh-oh. No, I will have to go to the surface. But we're fine, because we're so close to it. Whee. My issue is that my really fucked up tooth is hurting. Because that's always a big one. Because I just get to a certain level of like being chilled or something, I guess. And it doesn't go away until times get warmer. And that's one where I can't do anything because it's that painful. Right. We got all the oxygen we want. I'll turn this right around. I'll turn this. We'll leave if you've not taken your oxygen. You know, things that people say in car journeys, right? Want some clove oil? What's clove oil do? Oh, for teeth. It's not at that point. I just think it might become that point. I'm generally quite good at keeping it clean, but it's not enough. What I need is dentistry, which I stopped getting when it stopped being free. Oh well, I mean, I might get Pip, and I won't need money ever again if I've got Pip, so... At least the way, that's how I see it anyway. If I get as much as some people have gotten, which I very may well. Cause I'm like, oh, I can do anything, I can walk around, and then it's like, okay, well now here's the chronic fatigue, so good luck getting out of bed. Go work. Like, oh, okay. This doesn't help my plans. Where is this fragment? The Pippa's lifesaver. Yeah, literally. Because the thing is, like, there's basically this point where you can abstain from things and still survive, but your abstainment from them does mean that they just become more urgent and like worse. But people like the Tories think that if they can hold people in that misery that's killing them, essentially, that like societal like violence. It's like, well, you're still alive, and it's like, oh, but there's so many things that are getting off-put that need to be done. And also, like, I have aspirations as well, which, like, that can't be met either. Okay, well, this is an interesting place for a fragment, but it seemed like it did much. Whee! Oh, there's a fragment over there as well. Should be a final 300 quid cost of living payment if you're on UC as well. What, like soon? I think GoFundMe's supposed to be giving me £200 and it's not, because I'm really confused about why my finances are the way that they are. Because if I don't have, I don't think I've miscalculated it. I just don't think it's not showed up. And I'm like, if that's the case, I am gonna be out of money very quickly. In a way I absolutely was not counting on. I'm like, for fuck's sake, can I just have a month where I actually have money to spend so that I can buy things that I need? Ah! Before May? Oh, that's ages. But I'm already thinking financially, I'm just like, okay, well, Monday goes like this. So, not Monday, so January goes like this. So February goes like this. I don't know what March is gonna be. I assume March will be easier because it just will be a different month. There will be different things happening. Look. There's loads that... It's really unfortunate also because there's loads that I want to do. I just can't. And I'm still doing them anyway. Like, that's not how it works with disability. Just burn yourself out. I'm like, but I have to burn myself out. The only way I get outside is if I do this and I have money and I have these things. Even for as little as I'm doing it for. Still important. Oh well. I guess I've never, on the flip side, it's like, well, I never worked like... I mean, I guess I technically work for Amazon, so that I'm like, hands not clean there. But that's not really by choice. But I am kind of like, well, you know, I didn't work for... Oh, this thing's out of battery, isn't it? I didn't work for, like, Aviva or something. That's not a hit if anyone here works at Aviva, but, you know, just, like, something that, like, would be actively making things worse for me. Yeah, I think Amazon is doing that, so... There's no ethical... There's, like, almost no ethical job. I'm sure there is. We need to get to this fragment. Our batteries ran out. Sun is coming up. It's weird because I'll get to here and then I'll see these fragments there and I'm like, I didn't see you before. Like, it's just continuously scanning or something. I might have to take the battery out of something else. Just one by itself, huh? Is it a rare one? It's a mobile vehicle babe. And we already have. Right, what can we take the battery out of? We don't need this. We can take it out of the habitat builder, I think. Though it looks like we might actually have more than one battery. Oh, we do. We've got more than one battery anyway. It's fine. Put it back in. I forgot that I actually was well prepared. I was just running around with no battery in this, but there we go. Whee! Oh, okay. Ghosty Living is redeemed. I tried seeing Bandit by Jerry Reed. It's something I increasingly have come to regret, but I still do it because I think it's good. And also, I do like the song, and I like knowing the song. And it also means if I want to, I've got like I can pull it out for karaoke. I tried to at a New Year's thing, but they weren't accepting anymore by that point. Read Bandit karaoke. Okay, here's the song. They call you the bandit, an outlaw untamed. shackled only by freedom. You wear no man's chain. Some say they despise you. Well, maybe they do. Deep down inside them, I bet they wish they were you. Bandit, you're reckless, and you live much too hard. Bandit, you're the joker in the deal of the cards. You're a legend to the old man, a hero to his child. Bandit, still 80s heart. With only a smile. Bandit, you're reckless, and you live much too hard. Bandit, you're the joker in the deal of the cards. You're a legend to the old man, a hero to the child. Bandit, still a lady's heart. With only a smile. Ooh. They call you the bandit. 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 Thank you very much. Please rate me out of 10. I might tell you to fuck off, but it doesn't matter because I just want just a raid sometimes, because sometimes they do it better and sometimes they do it worse. Thank you, everybody. That was a song that I liked, so I figured I would just keep singing it. Okay, so none of these scores are real, because that's a number too big out of 10. Bubba says 10,000 out of 10. Callum McCork says I think that's 100,000 out of 10. Ram Skelly says I think it's 1,000,000 out of 10. Spike does the small little corgi out of 10. This is no, I'm like, no, real reviews, genuine real reviews. No, it doesn't matter, it's fine. I just like the song. It's just a nice song. Because I you know, I mean, the film it's attached to is a bit like Dixie's stuff, but it is a country song. So I'm a bit conflicted like that, but I listened to it, I heard it, and I was like, oh, this actually is sort of nice, because the kind of the thing is like, oh, if you put up against really difficult odds all the time and you're still like killing it, like that's great. And that's a thing I'm like, oh yeah, I can chill out a bit. And it's like, no, you're just under really difficult situations, and like if people are being mean to you, it's like it's more about them than it is about you. That's a good way to think about things, I think. So I like that song. Right, let's check the charity thing. So someone has gifted £10 to our active fundraising. Doesn't actually, the green has gone up slightly. It's now touching the first link that says the link, because I put the link as many places as I could. Probably too small for people to read. But also, we've got all this going on. We've got the pinned thing going on. Thank you very much. It was anonymous 11 minutes ago, but thank you so much. That's really cool. That's twice the amount of the minimum. It's great though. If you don't know, it's the same it's Sherry's camp in Cancun, and it protects lesbians. That is able to protect more lesbians because we raised more money. But they're all basically refugees from Uganda, because Uganda's law they tried to pass in 2014 to basically make homosexuality like punishable by death, and they failed to do it. And then American, largely like a lot of like white women sort of came down and were like, no, 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 pass this law, and also here's some money and stuff like that. And a bunch of countries, I think maybe either they were tricked by TERFs or they knew what they were doing and they were like, no, no, we also want to give a little bit of money, you know, just on the side, just to like to help this happen. So there is kind of this, I feel, responsibility. Like if you paid tax in a Western nation, you bought something from IKEA, there's a chance that part of your money went towards this, basically. So no, I got approached initially by Shafiq, who we've now moved out of Uganda into Kenya. I think he's also in Cancun and camp, but I don't actually know which part because it doesn't tell me that much. I could ask him, but I'm also like, I don't need to know the exact locations if that's like seems unsafe or whatever. No, we fixed their fence because they were worried that homophobes would like burn their way in or something, because they did try to attack basically. So it's nice also. But just the process of building that fence, right? The fence was attacked, and then not that long after, a fixed one was in its place. That does sort of say like, hey, like back off the queer refugees, please, a little bit. And I think that's important. But the thing is this queer solidarity. People ask me for help, and I'm like, yeah, I should help in whatever way that I can. I can't solve the whole issue because the whole issue would be, I think, mostly raising awareness of the fact that this happened in Uganda. We've got this great link actually that I need to link more and more and more and more and more and more and more. It's the what's the name? It's the Progressive Cash for Anti-LGBTQI Backlash. How aid donors and feminist in quote governments have funded backers of Uganda's deadly anti-homosexuality bill, by Claire Provost and Nana Dakoma Sekiyama. With some additional data by other people, but it's basically these two women who are like really fucking good feminists. I'm pretty sure I've seen them both in other things where, especially Nana is doing some like genuine big stuff. So they've reported on this. They've essentially gone, well, they're saying it's feminist, but like it isn't. It's anti-queer, and that was the purpose of it. It's this whole thing. The really important bit is the visuals. So this is like countries that have put money into it, basically being, I think, was it DACA? Oh no, DACA means they also have it's specific feminist policy supposedly. But the big bit is when you go further down. Yeah, well, it's got the full list of like the Netherlands, the US, the UK, the UNDP plus Norway, Sweden, Iceland, Denmark, and Austria. The EU, Norway, US and UK, Sweden, Italy, Germany, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, US, Germany, Finland, US. Private foundation, it's IKEA. And then again, it's IKEA. So that's it's 2017. I've been saying 2014 to people. 2017. Through Oxfam, it looks like. Finland, Canada, Ireland, Finland. The Finland ones are so outrageously different. So it's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, specifically to the Pentecostal Churches of Uganda. 51,000, 95,000, 300,000. But that's 2014, 2015. So we're kind of going backwards on this list. So this is being updated because it's got ones for 2025, right? The Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs is gonna give some money. No, this is 2021. Oh no, ending in 2025. Okay, I'm misreading this whole thing. Anyway, that's the actual raw data, right? Of like how these people's lives have been getting fucked up. So I think like living in England, I've got a responsibility to like undo that, because it's not just historically that we took over the country. It's like actively TERFs thought that we wouldn't pay attention to this. So I'm like, okay, so we've been raising money for different things, but now specifically it's this latrine, because there is a video that comes of it. Hang on, let me actually find the video for this, which shouldn't take too long. She did send me a video. It should be good to put on GoFundMe. Yeah, let me change the screen slightly before I do that. Just so I don't reveal anyone's personality. We got this one. Ooh.
When she has come to ease.
So this is their current latrine. You can see it's marked 2019.
Yeah.
That's the last time it was made.
We need bags of cement, some.
This is Sherry talking, by the way.
Outside, and then we put a place for showering. We cement it very well. Yeah, that's it. This is that door. This is like that door.
Yeah, that's the toilet wall. It's gonna be a lot more solid than that. I can tell you that much. But she's saying like one of the big concerns is there's no privacy with it, which is like, yeah, no, literally there's it's like it's a decaying sack, you know. It can do better than that. So basically I was just like, how much does that cost? And she's like, for the labor and for the materials and also for like sanitary products and stuff like that, that's 315 quid. Which I'm like, that's not so bad to be able to fix, because that toilet, you know, we've seen the latrine, we've seen the other one says 2019. The issue is that it's going to overflow if it rains too much, and then everybody will get very sick, and that's pretty horrible. So 6 ads. I shouldn't have any ads. That's weird. Yeah, no, to fix something that potentially will not just support them, but other people that use that space who are presumably going to be queer, because she's talked about moving them out. But I guess that space is still going to exist, right? That latrine is still going to be built, that fence is still going to be built, so that we could, that's potentially keeping people safe for like, you know, like 4 years. That doesn't need to be done again, and that's pretty cool, because that has kind of how it's been shaping up. Like, is we're literally financially helping to queer refugees at another part of the world, or what could end up. I need help. I do need help. I can't do this by myself. I am doing it by myself. I need to teach people to also do this, to be able to fundraise for this, because I'm kind of like, we do so much fundraising that's just like generalized, right? We're like, with this charity thing or whatever. I'm like, we could actually find specifically individual people who just need money, and that money goes so much further, right? Because it's such a poor place, like Central Eastern Africa, round about that. There's this big graph, I can't remember where I saw it, that shows you like what the level of wealth inequality is based on within its own country and within like the rest of the world. And like, yeah, obviously America and Europe and Australia are sitting pretty on all of their colonial wealth, right? But like, you can very much see where it's not just has been exploited from, but is still being exploited from. So it's like, yeah, we can do this thing, we can offset this. Add it for your stream if and when that starts, just teeny bit more exposure. Yeah, just sharing it, that's the main thing. The streaming, it always goes the best on streaming. That's where most of the money's come from. So I almost kind of say this stream protected this thing. This stream potentially saved Shafiq's life, because he did get attacked one time. He got arrested a second time. So I'm like, what happens the third time? He's away from that now, so that's good. The stream did that, basically. I mean, technically I did it and didn't tell people about it, but the stream made that possible. So I think that's good mutual aid. So that's you can do !charity. You can link this specifically to people. It's like a short one. There's the long one, which if you just want to type out and search it, you can probably find it. But that's what we're doing. We're gonna keep doing that, even though I have so many bills. So if you want to give to it, the faster that you give to it, the more I can get back to paying for myself for things. Because I've given me such an interesting financial world, and be good to try to get that a bit more normal. But I'm gonna try and do other things as well. I mean, I'm talking about having an OnlyFans, but I think it's a big decision. And then the other thing is I'm looking at, I need to remember to audition for this voice acting thing. It might not pay anything at all, but if it pays something, that's still better than the majority of all of the voice acting work that I've done. I've never been paid for voice acting. I have done it though. But yes, that's the thing. That's the thing that's also ongoing. Subnautica. We need all these fragments. We need to get everything that has a recipe, especially because there seems like one of those rooms is quite big, and I need to put things in it like the thing that makes water. Or also I can make all these like desks and stuff now. Like I need to live in a house. I'm ready for a house. I'm not ready to get hit by that thing that's behind me. Oh, the wizard didn't work. I'm a big wizard. It's supposed to appear on the screen, but thank you for that, Ramskillian. Hello. I say hello. You've been here. I know this. We have enough oxygen. Where are we even going? Like, we'll be fine. We're still in the shallows, I guess. I keep shouting out Ramskelly. Who is a streamer? You're the stealthiest lurker. So stealthy that you said things in chat and I read them out loud. Oh, do it. Is Ramskelly someone that I've picked up through Night Siege? There is a little bit I'm still paying attention. I do this all the time. Of like where people meet and who's friends of who. I guess it's good to do that. I don't know. Because there is kind of a thing now of like me and Night Sieges. I think people are quite intermingled, and obviously Doom Kitten is because it's a channel that we all focused on getting affiliate. Which we can do again, by the way. I mean, Spike's talking about streaming, so we can do the same thing. Just pile in. I'll support pretty much anybody streaming. They can be like the sissiest het person in the world, and if I'm friends with them, there's no issue with that. But I do think it is especially good to get trans people. You know, because the thing is, like, I'm like, this is miserable, it's terrible, there's so many things wrong with it. I do enjoy the actual process of streaming. I was able to buy HRT and stuff like that, so I'm kind of like, does that make this a viable thing for trans people to do? Well, not really. But then also at the same time, I'm like, if you want to have a go at it, there's no reason not to. Well, there's loads of reasons not to. You just are aware of them. You just ask me about them, and then I say, yeah, don't be friends with someone who talks in customer service voice all the time. Because you're being you're a customer. It's a good piece of advice. Ram is also a member of the Cozy Coven. Oh yeah, okay. Should click your stream to check out Night Siege event. Nice. There's a lot of those channels for a lot of places don't do anything, unfortunately. Even sometimes shout outs. I think it depends how you shout out. If you like keep continuously talking. I as a chatter, but maybe partly because of being a streamer as well, I check every single channel that ever gets shouted out ever. And usually if they've made some kind of commitment to making the space like safe for people, it doesn't necessarily have to be no Pepes, but that's usually a pretty fast track one to get followed for me. If they made some kind of commitment, I'm like, yeah, okay. I did have to say, oh, I didn't mean to make that. Or maybe I did. Oh, that was the bleach. Oh, okay.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Well, we can drink that, that's fine. Cozy Coven is open to public. I will say, I'm having trouble understanding what the Cozy Coven is and what I do with it. Because I know I'm in it, and there's other streamers in it, and you're in it. And we have a Discord. But I also... in my head, it's like it's a you thing, because I also have like 2 or 3 other Discords that are yours as well. So that's kind of... that's where my brain has put it. They're like a stream team. It's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know. It's a thing. I don't know what it is. Nicey seems enthusiastic about it, so I'm like, sure. I actually don't understand what it is. A streamer collective. I exist in that space, I guess. If people were to approach me from it, I would be like, hey, let me help. But I'm also like that for everyone in every situation anyway, just about if someone asks me for help. Even people that maybe don't need as much help. So we can't find any of these fragments. We need to, I think what we need to do, right, is build a new scanner room. But I think that's like a big deal. We could build a scanner room at that other place, right? Titanium, copper, gold, table coral. I would need copper. But I don't know where else I'm supposed to get. I do know where I'm probably supposed to get it. I bet when you go to that one that's sunk to the ocean bed, I bet you find new recipes there. But I need to make the stuff so I can get the prawn suit there. And little pockets of community. I maybe seem a little bit like, what does it do? What does it do? What does it do? Because I'm a person that's been repeatedly traumatized by group dynamics. So I always have to, I have so many checks that I need to do all the time before I'm like, yeah, this is fine. Not that this isn't, I'm not trying to be alarmist and say, oh, there's a problem with it, because there doesn't seem to be any problem. But it's just, that's why if I seem really wary, that's the reason why. It's because I'm just a traumatized girl. What does it do? What is this? What is this thing? Explain. It's just a Discord with a bunch of streamers in, I think. I have, but there's been stuff. I was on Nice Hugh's stream for Among Us, and I think that was really funny because I was kind of semi-playing a character, but also like I'd been the first time I played it in ages, so I was just acting like it was my first day. So I pressed the emergency meeting button to introduce myself to everybody, but then it was revealed that someone had died, and I didn't know that. So I was just laughing because I was like, well, I just wanted to say hi, it's my first day, but oh, someone's already dead. I thought that was good. I'm open to stuff on other people's stream. I think I'm open to being on other people's streams more than I'm open to people being on my stream. And the only reason with people being on my stream is just that, like, it's just stress. It's just a lot of stress to figure out how to do it properly. Where it just doesn't seem like it is really bad for the flow or whatever. If that makes sense. It's about my skill as a streamer, I think. I don't really know how to have... Because I see, there is a thing, like some people do a very casual thing and they'll have people on the stream and they'll be actively talking and stuff like that. I think if I was having someone else talking on the stream, I would need it to be like quite focused on, right? I mean, I guess there's stuff we did with Rust that was multiplayer. But you know, like for some events and stuff, I'm even like, can we have people on camera like the whole time? I think that's effort as well, but I'm quite willing to be on I've been on loads of people's stuff, people that we've raided, people like Atomification. We've seen all sorts of, we've been on all sorts of stuff.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Used to roleplay on Among Us as a red bean called Sarge, or like the red versus blue kind of archetype character, Sarge. Well, I guess that's just an archetypal Sarge, isn't it? I don't know why I'm here. What am I gonna cook? I wish I had vodka, because the best broccoli sauce I ever made was with vodka. I can't explain what was better about it, but it was just profoundly better. Need a blue bean called flowers to be red versus blue. Let's do Among Us with only two characters. Gee, I wonder who's the monster. No, I think that like people were saying that it was really good that Among Us was becoming like a big thing even for kids, because essentially it's just a game about understanding that you can be deceived. You can be deceived by someone who appears to be telling the full truth, right? And it was like politically what was going on, right, was the attempted murder of the truth, which we're still, you know, there's still something that's happening. Maybe it's happening a bit faster. It's hard to tell because it's so hard to compare the times you live in to a time that you didn't live in. It may actually be better, even if the bad things are still happening. It's like actually maybe an improvement. A lot of people think Sarge is equals Church, but the Church is equivalent to Simmons, not Sarge. I was so disillusioned when I realized that Rooster Teeth sucks. And I learned this before all the transphobic thing. I learned that Rooster Teeth sucked because I watched the animated podcast. I was like, this is funny. And I watched the podcast and I was like, let's go from the beginning and watch them all. And then there is this kind of vibe being put out like, ah, yeah, we're just building this cool business. But like they slightly have a monopoly on like university talent. Because it's in Texas and there's fucking nothing. Even though it's Austin, there's still fucking nothing. And then eventually it got to the point where they were like, oh, we made a film. And I was like, I'm excited for this because they keep talking about this. See you later, Spike. It's nice you here. So I went and watched the film and it was terrible. There was like one thing that made me laugh in it maybe, and even then I was like, it's really, really, really bad. It was done really poorly. They were like, here's our writer talent brought in. I was like, that's writing? That's what you made? And then I went back and like I knew what early Red vs. Blue was like. I'm like, oh, that's some of this stuff's funny, but mostly it's just sort of eh. And then I went and I skipped forward and I was like, all right, let's see an episode that they've made recently, because they're always talking about their mocaps and all stuff like that. Did Rosie just repeat? I don't think so. I've probably told this story before, but like, no, I was just, I went to look at their new stuff and I was like, oh, it's just as bad. And then I was just like taking a step back and thinking about how their company just acquired loads of companies and like what Bernie Burns' job was before and all that sort of stuff. And I was just like, I feel like it's a broken record for a moment. That's me. No, I like, there's some good stuff in Red vs. Blue. There also was this thing of like, everyone was so like, oh my god, Red Ruby is the best thing that's ever been made ever. And it was like cut into such tiny pieces. So you're getting like 2 minutes of content, it felt like. And then it's like, all right, see you in weeks or something. And I was like, oh, okay. So that was frustrating. But when I watched it, it was just sort of like, it was okay, but then it was also like, haha, my voice character is the distinctive voice of me, a personality in the Rooster Teeth place. Am I voice acting this well? Ah, not as well as some of the other people. And I especially what with Twitch and stuff, I've now gotten more of a broader impression that like, that place is fucking run for the personalities, right? Because they're seen as the face of it and the image of it, but also like, a lot of them are founders or people who've been in the company for a long time. And I'm just thinking, when I put all the pieces together, I'm like, nah, there probably is a lot of bullshit that goes on, right? It doesn't really surprise me that much that like, they're just homophobic and transphobic because they've been homophobic, because the things seem to come together. Oh, we just were like really mean and constantly taking advantage of our trans feminine play. She's on here, by the way. Kay Jensen. I'm not exactly sure how to. Kay. Is that how it's spelled? No. If anyone knows what that is, I do follow her. She does about as well as I do on here, which I'm like, that's really unfortunate. You don't deserve that. You deserve to be doing a lot better than that. For being part of their, for probably quite a long time, right? I'm just quoting Sergeant Doc and Amalia and Donut a lot. They had some funny lines. Yeah. So remember you have mead. I got offered mead. What happened to that? It's sad enough to make you want to drink. I don't know. When's the next time we're going to drink? Probably Wednesday. Wednesday's a midweek, so it's fine to drink. A lot of people there suck. Yeah, it's weird also because I think, especially with the podcasts, you always think that you know people because you're learning all their stories, but also like just the presentation. Even with the I used to listen to my brother and me all the time, and like I think they're generally good as like people in that position go, but they still are like have a lot of money and influence and all they're still in that game, even if they're being nice about it. So it's never going to be perfect. But there was just a thing, like Twitch really changed me on like the way that I interpreted the way that I interpreted fame and status and stuff like that, of like, oh okay. So even the nice ones are kind of like faking something. Sometimes, especially the nice ones, you know. I don't know if that's the right type of coral. This time you went to an event like one we're going to tomorrow. Someone brought wine for the table. Is that a normal thing? So you say, I might get some wine. There's, if I know the kind of makeup of that group though, the problem is last time I was hanging around with them, I was just like, you young transes, you don't know how good it is. Not exactly, but really heavily in that direction of like, yeah, I went through all the rough stuff. But whilst I'm like, this just came out of me. It wasn't like I'm trying to boast or something. I just think there's a certain like age of trans people where I start to just get even more maternal towards them, I suppose, a little bit more like an auntie than a mother. So there is genuinely people who've like seemingly rubbed off, like they're like, oh, you're cool and rock and roll because you did all that surviving, and I was like, oh shit. I didn't mean to set that up. Yeah, admire me, I guess. She's old news, she's like middle-aged. Oh, okay, middle-aged trans people, yes please. I met trans woman in her 50s and that was a big treat. And I wish I had spoken to her more, but she had to go to bed. But I still had her for a few hours. I mostly told her stories, to be honest. I'd like to hear some more from her. Yeah, what am I doing? We still haven't found the multi-purpose room. We found one of the thermal plant. I haven't found nuclear reactor, but that's fine. Well, all these beds. We could make a coffee vending machine. I mean, fuck it, let's do it. I bet it's one of these things that makes you hungry, right? Oh, cool. Yeah, I guess this place only makes so much power, huh? I don't know if we even can put another solar panel on it. I think this is like it pushed to its limit. What are we making? Coffee machine? Coffee. Oh, coffee. Coffee. There we go.
You look like you could use some coffee.
Oh my god, it talks! Please. Give me some coffee. Coffee? Oh yeah, the power of the building, that's probably important.
Power restored. All primary
Divert the power from life support to the crisp vending machine. Yeah, no, that's basically what I was trying to do there. I was like, no, please. Oh, it's just pouring it out. I don't have a... Do I have to get a cup? Oh, I do have to get a cup. This is ridiculous. Night. Oh! Yeah, crunch that cup. That's a normal sound to me. Okay, so it takes forever to do that. You cheese and bacon barbecue loaded fries? Why are you taunting me like this? No, I love loaded fries. I think they're one of the best inventions in the world. Because fries can never be bad when they're covered in stuff. That's universal. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I guess we're gonna make broccoli pastas with cheese sauce or something. But maybe we'll make an onion sauce with it as well. I can microwave them. That's nice. I do have a pizza as well if I just can't be bothered. Why am I scanning? What am I scanning for? There's stuff that we don't know that we need. We're looking for blueprints. Bleh. We're looking for blueprints. Blah 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 blah. No, I think in order to get a prawn, we must first make. Fuck, I forgot what we're making. Oh, that's because it's the habitat thing, isn't it? We need to make another scanner room. No, sorry, that's a scanner. We need the habitat builder. There we go. So table coral, 2 copper, gold, titanium 5. Okay. 1 gold. Still some water in here. Don't have the right kind of coral. We need the orange one. Coral! What is it again? Titanium 5? We've got that. We've got titanium 5, right? See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Less washing up. No, it's just a bacon and cheese nacho you can microwave. I accidentally got quesadilla instead of enchilada, but it was a good quesadilla. But I wanted the enchilada. It was markedly different from what I was expecting. And also, I think 2 shops might have the same name. But it was still good. It's still tasty. If it's different and I've not had it before and it's hot, I'll like it. Yeah, we need copper. We need to go to the place where there's copper. Which I think will be over here. Take me to the sea. Let me sing about the sea. All the sea things happening in that sea. It's really about how I want to fuck. Every Frank Sinatra song is about wanting to fuck. He's a man who really wanted to fuck. But also, can you blame him? I mean, it seemed like this may be a prick, though. Bacon looks suspiciously like breadcrumbs. That's not what bacon should look like. Oh, I have bacon. I think I'm saving that for you, though. I'm not even opened that yet. Bacon. You can have the bacon. Do you want that specific recipe that you wanted with rice and egg and bacon? I got the rice. I think it's the right kind of rice. It's like 10 rashes. No, I did take some of the eggs, to be fair, so... okay, we need table coral sample. That's the last thing. Rice thing had no bacon. Then why did it was it... You just wanted bacon at some point, I think is probably what it was then. Because I don't remember. It looks orange. That one looks like it, but red. Oh, it looks orange there. Rice, raw egg, sesame seeds, and soy sauce. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have sesame seeds. I've got tahini, which is not the same thing. I do need to have seeds. That's something I don't have. It's always good to have some kind of seed that you can put on top of something when it's seed time, right? The sesame seeds is an amazing one. I think pine nuts are pretty good for that. They've never served me wrong. Cashews. We're going this way, I think. It's wanting a fry up thing. Oh, okay. My brain just put those all together. But it was shameful that I had nothing. No, I didn't even have anything to drink other than water. I'm treating myself better because I'm having people over and I'm going, oh, they shouldn't have to experience that. They shouldn't have to get burned by my radiator or like go really thirsty or like not have anything to eat. That's something that shouldn't happen in my house. But it's like, oh, I'm perfectly comfortable with doing that to myself, which is why that's ended up like that, right? Right, here we go. Let me enter. Oh, I think I have to do it from outside, don't I? The second of the scanner rooms. We will scan if we are allowed. So let me put it there. I'll rotate this. Won't let me put it there. Let me put it up there. Hang on. What if we did this? All it needs is glass. We're in the right place for glass. Do I have enough inventory space though? No, I don't. Drink the water. And hope for the best. And hope for the best. What, you remember that Volvic advert that was like filled with volcanicity? I remember that. Remember that? That's the end of that thought. Nothing particularly intelligent to say about that. Just that it exists. Drink the coffee. There we go. You don't remember that? You might have been too young. That's fun to say. Oh, we don't have a beacon for this one. Oh well. Oh yeah, we need to make glass.
30 seconds.
Yes, yes. Right. Oh, we've already got stuff here that might be able to use to be made glass as well. Choice of nearly decade age gap. Yeah, no, that's fun. Every time, every time that's said, it's great. If it's I mean, it's fine. We're adults. My parents are 11 years different, but also like they not. I wouldn't say they have a entirely healthy relationship. They just have codependence, I think. What were we doing with glass? Oh, glass with building. No, it is like that though. I think actually being 30 does involve getting older, which I don't like because I don't want. It's not that I don't want to be old necessarily. It's just I don't want to have to do things. You know, like I feel I'm like we should really make things better for kids, right? What am I doing to do that? What am I doing to improve that? I don't know any kids. I guess it just be a lot of things just come down to just be myself. Why is this not connected? Why have you done this? Why have you done this to me? I'm gonna have to deconstruct it. Plunk, plunk, plunk. No, but there are lots of situations, like I was saying, with like meeting people who are 18. I'm like, that is starting to be a distance from me now. That is like, what, 12, 13 years ago. It's almost to the point of being twice my age. Am I gonna get little cool little grey hairs in? Because the like sign kind of indicates that maybe I am, and I'm actually into that. But also, I don't know, like, well, I want the things, it's like when you're young and you hear all the people talk about this stuff, you're like, you're just silly. Mortality and thinking about that's a sucker's game. Then you get older and you go, wish, keep me in the pram, please, help. Being an adult is hard, and no one's qualified for it. You had a couple of grey hairs, that's hot. I love when people get a little salt and peppery. I think that's the best. That's so cool. So here we are in a new scanner room. We're gonna need the scanner room upgrade. So that's gonna be harvested with local materials. We do have some copper that's fantastic, and we're really close to magnetite. This is actually a cool base.
Passing 100 meters.
Notice one while looking after your friend's cat, and then your mum noticed one when I was visiting a few months ago. Huh.
Passing 200 meters.
You
Oxygen
have some
efficiency
very
greatly
cool
decreased.
hair when you're older, maybe. Please be magnetite. Please. Gold. Boo. Oh, we're not even scanning anything with the scanner room. I think it's very important that we be doing that. Is that magnetite? It's magnetite. It's more magnetite. It's titanium. This is great to have a place where you can extract materials from next to your little base where you need materials.
30 seconds.
Yep, and we're in. They're like pure white. It's gonna be so much easier to dye your hair pastel colors. There's a lot of like older people that have older queer, some old queer people, particularly butches is a very common one I see, where they just have like full white hair, but they have some kind of like thing going on with it. Sometimes there's a weird thing, right, where sometimes cool women styles will just be picked up by like not cool women at all. And you go, oh, cool woman, and then it's like a tiff or something. Because there are some haircuts where I'm like, that seems so punk, and the person's been the least punk person ever. I'm like, why? I'm seeing old ladies with blue hair. I just like to see an old lady. If they're not a transphobe. There can't be that many that I'm like old ladies automatically. So it starts to feel like gender essentialism. But sometimes you just can see people coming. You can just tell. Sometimes people have this energy of like, huh, and that's like their energy. And I think we identify that a lot in men, but there's loads of women like that too. It's the huh kind of energy, like they're ready to be huffed off. Can we not get in there? Wee. A lady across the road from you has pink or purple hair and told me the name of the cats I was petting. They weren't her cats. They were the old man who get gender envies from a cat. I very nearly got a cat. But it was like, I don't think my house is
30 seconds.
safe enough for that. I am trying to get the most out of this place, because there, as much as I'm like it's cursed, and it is, there's lots of things about it that are kind of cool. Here we go. Supposedly it's had a band played in it at some point, which I was like, what the fuck? How can I get that set up? Get a leech? I don't want a leech. I'm quite happy having plants, to be honest. And I do have plants. They're very unhealthy. So you know. Right, can we make the things for this now? No, because we put them away. Copper, 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 copper. Copper. Marima bowl? Yeah, I'd be into one of those. Those seem quite cool. That's a lot of that is about conservation as well, because I think they're one of the things that's mainly like a lake and river thing, and that's sort of why they're endangered, because we have been treating rivers really badly. Okay, that's a fairly decent scanner room upgrade. If we had one more piece of copper. Okay, if we don't have that, I guess. This is a different menu. Oh, here we go. Show me fragments, please. Oh, what's that? Is that a fragment nearby us? Oh. Oh, I'm so good at this sea stuff. Very dark outside. Put this stuff away. What we really need at this juncture is food. Fortunately, we have this heated knife, so we can just go and just a nice. There we go. Oh, and you also have to pick it up as well. Come on, fish. I love seaweed so much, right? I think I will eat anything that has seaweed. And the only caveat I would have on that is if it gets to a certain point where if you were trying to make me eat a bad food and it didn't have that much seaweed, then maybe not. But if it was a bad food and it had a lot of seaweed, then I might actually be like, yeah. But don't make bad food with seaweed, please. I love seaweed. I want the seaweed to be delicious so I can enjoy it because I enjoy it. Hello, hello, Loot Crate. It's good to see you. We are in Subnautica. I'm also talking about my enjoyment of seaweed and eating it. We're trying to discover all these fragments because I'm convinced. Oh, I'm convinced that there is. Oh, where did they go? Oh, the habitat ran out of power. We could heat it from the thermal vents, right? You really need that much power? Yeah, it's all off. It's all off and stuff. How do we make those thermal things?
30 seconds.
Oh. Oh, okay. You guys squish them every now and again to get them to stay around. That's so cute. That's incredible. Actually, let's stay next to this oxygen thing. We don't need to surface, we just need to breathe. Here we go. So there should be a thing. Power transmitter and thermal plant. We don't know how to do thermal plant, so that's no good. I guess we just have to make a solar panel because we need to find some copper. Some local copper. Maybe there's some rocks we can hit. Will the rocks be on the side of the cliff face here, maybe? Like this, that's salt, and that's also salt. Not much. Not even on here. We'll just, I mean, I'm like, let's just use our scanner room, but I'm like, the scanner room keeps running out of power. It's currently out of power, yeah. It's not getting any power back. I had a Venus flytrap for a while, but I wanted to see what would happen if I fed it. I think it was like blackcurrant tango, and it did die from that, and that was my fault, and I feel bad, so I never got another one after that. But instant toast, yeah, basically like fish toast. It's amazing how much, right? If it's like sushi or just any culture that is spending a lot of time preparing fish, I really like it. But when I think about like English fish and chips, I'm like, ugh. And I wish I wasn't like that. I wish I could like that fish with the same intensity. Or at least the same intensity as anything else that's breaded. But the other thing is also because it seems persistently like most of our fish has fucking fish bones in it, and I'm like, it was already getting me to eat anything with fish bones was already sort of a bit but like with bones at all. But oh, they're gonna be sharp. They might kill me if I eat them the wrong way. Why do we do that? Some stuff it's okay, I guess. Some stuff it's like, oh, you can get away with this. Peach egg. Venus flytraps are hard to keep alive even though you're not giving them dubious foods, like they can't have tap water. I feel like they had tap water. They lived, they were fine, they were quite healthy. I had them for a long time. They did their equivalent of flowering. They did die almost instantly when I put purple tango in them. I'm pretty sure we were using tap water, but I really don't remember. It might have been some like treated water or something, but I don't think so. I think we were just putting water in there. Maybe that just made it sick, so when it came for that to happen, it died. So maybe it was a two-pronged attack. Scan for a scanner room. Please tell us where we might find a sandstone chunk. Is that a sandstone chunk that's next to us? There's one. I guess I'll take it. Died in a week. I think it was a good few. I feel like it was maybe a couple of years. There has been this thing. I've almost always persistently owned a plant. Whether those plants have been getting the attention that they deserve is a very different question. Like, the plants I have at the moment are very much ones that you can just abandon. It was whatever they're like, neglect is good for me kind of thing, kind of plants. What they really need and have needed for like a decade, because it's how long I've had them, is to be repotted, and it's something I really want to do and I just haven't done. But you know, like everything, it costs money. If I buy a pot and some soil and stuff, you know, what am I gonna eat 2 weeks into the month? This is a great time to mention my Ko-fi. That's right. It's not just other people who need money. It's me too. And Ko-fi is the most direct way to support me. It's more support than a sub would be, or bits or anything like that, which are all fine and good. Also, Ko-fi doesn't have weird arbitrary rules about, well, you have to have this much in your Twitch basically holding account for you to access this money at all, and then they take a big fucking chunk out of it. They're really slimier than they've ever been about that. But you can subvert that by going to Ko-fi, finding Hughes of Rosemary on Ko-fi and giving me Ko-fi money, and you can give any amount. There is one thing that gives you like a Discord rank that doesn't do anything. Could make a secret channel, I guess. There's a type of subscription on Ko-fi that is, I don't know if it's still the same cost, but at the time that was what a sub on Twitch was. And I think maybe I also made it cheaper. I don't remember. Whatever it is, you could just have that as a rolling subscription. I think I figured out if like, I don't remember if it's 16 or 16 more people subscribe to me on Ko-fi, that would just pay my HRT, but I'm actually not sure if that's right. No, maybe, because it's like, what, like £4? And my HRT is like 100 a month, so probably not. It probably need to be more than that. That would be a really cool. I did aim for that at one point, but nobody was interested. People just want to sub on Twitch because it's much more convenient, and also because of ads. But I don't get ads. I'm getting a lot of things, a lot of silver and not much copper. Hey. Very nice plant shop near you. It would be nice, right? It would be nice to treat my things a little bit cuter, right? Like get like a cute pot, a medium-sized pot that's like they're gonna live in that for a while, and put it somewhere nice.
30 seconds.
It would be nice to do that. That's another thing, right? So I'm in this whole process of just escaping like the worst depression and the most like inability to do anything, and part of that involved acknowledging being trans and pursuing that and stuff like that. But there's loads of other stuff that I've got to kind of put back together, and one of them I think is just treating my stuff like it's important. And like it doesn't have to be the most amazing, but just like presenting things a little differently. I was thinking about how there's certain points in my house it would be nice to put like some little fairy lights on them or something, just to make them. There's also a point in my kitchen that definitely needs some kind of light. And that's a lot of that stuff's not very expensive. I even get like for like a $5 or something. Depends what you go. Depends what you get. Like I need to start doing that, because I think that kind of stuff, you know, if you do something that to make an area look nice, and you know that you did that, and the area is nicer because you did that, each time you see that, I'll be like, yeah, I think that's how you're supposed to. That's how you're supposed to live, instead of what I've been doing, which is not that. Future home workshops, I think it's like £30. Yeah, just again, gotta have £30. if only we lived in like an MMO and there was just some repeatable task. And that was the only reason that they were paying for it, and I could just go and repeat a task for a bit. It's what a job is supposed to be, right? Repeatable task. Maybe not necessarily repeatable task, but a lot of them repeatable task. What's that? Reach egg.
30 seconds.
Like what can I process? I just like step on something a bunch of times. We can do grapes. Something that I can directly channel energy into and it will directly bring money out for me. Because it doesn't seem like there's anything like that. Maybe this is just what being marginalized this way is. And I do think some of it just comes into the like having the belief that something will actually work. But the problem is if you want to do something based on the belief that it will work, you have to keep hope. And if it just keeps fucking off and blowing up in your face, it's really hard to do that. Sometimes these opportunities will come for something and you just go, alright. And you barely have to push the door at all. I don't think that these things give copper. I'm breaking so many of them. Whee! Whee! So sandstone maybe not so much sandstone, but like limestone. Is limestone a deeper one? I would assume so. It's telling me they're under. Oh, okay, because they're under in there. Okay, I guess we're. Oh, that was copper, I think.
100 meters.
Yes.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Just give me one more copper. Ow, poison. Kind of alienate. I find so many creature eggs. Oh,
30 seconds.
I know, we gotta get out soon. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think like for me having a pet, as much as disordered as my like family living was, I do think like a space in which I have a pet is also a space in which other people can help with that pet and won't go away. And that's sort of a sad sort of thing to say of like, oh, you don't have people in your life that you trust to be there long term enough to have a pet. Or in my space or whatever. But I don't know, I'm looking. I'm starting to meet more people and people who are like me in lots of cool ways, so I'm kind of like, I'm not looking for long-term relationships necessarily. But if they happen, I'm like, that's great. And I do think that maybe is something that I need. And also it's good being polyamorous because like the stress is so much less. There's no stress because when like if you're dating one person, you're monogamous, you're like, okay, we have to get everything from this, or at least that's the kind of thinking that I end up in. Whereas now it's like, oh, it's okay if I don't have this thing, then find it somewhere else. Loaded fries. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Need to eat. We'll just do one more scan. We'll go scan some limestone chunks. Why do we need copper? It's because we need to make a solar panel, isn't it? Pull this stuff in here. I'll be back. This needs more power. It's gonna be scanning. Sandstone chunk. No, I wanted limestone chunk, didn't I? Still scanning the same old one. Yeah, there's so many things. It is a huge bummer to be like, oh, if only I had been less cis, I would have been happier. If only I'd been more polyamorous, I would have been happy. And like figuring this stuff out at like 30, 31. Okay, alright. I get it, it was a big dummy. It's not scanning it. Oh, it doesn't have the... upgrade, does it? We need a computer chip and magnetite. Okay, what does computer chip need? A bunch of stuff. Okay. Well, that's enough Subnautica for me. We lost our submarine. We built a scanner room, I guess. Did a lot of talking, not so much Subnautica, but I hope people enjoyed it. Save, because I need and want to eat food. Right, there we go. Because who is on the Great Twitch? There's a few people. Chi-Chi's on. Might just read Chi-Chi. No, Shyhook's on. No, I think we'll raid Chi-Chi. I'm not raiding Chi-Chi so much. Chi-Chi is an amazing streamer. Has they, he pronouns. They're really good at loads of stuff they do. It's incredible. He's a good streamer to watch. Nice, relaxing. Does lots of stuff though. It's not all. They're really good at Fortnite. If you like Fortnite, I think he's playing Paleo at the moment. Thanks everybody that's been here for the stream. I'm sorry that I just don't have that streamer buzz about me. You know what I mean? I just don't quite have that energy that I think people are accustomed to. Because I'm just so physically exhausted about it being winter. So I'm trying my best, but you're definitely not getting my best. So I do apologize. Support me directly on Ko-fi. That's good. We already talked about that. YouTube will have Subnautica on it. Discord is really good. Come and join it. Pretty low energy is soothing. Oh, that's good then. Charity, spread this around. You don't have to have money to help it considerably, right? Look. Oh shit, we already got money from it as well. That's fantastic. We're moving it along. Another anonymous £16, 54 minutes ago. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I couldn't thank that when that happened. I don't have the setup to do that. Just giving does that, but it takes forever to pay them out, so that's why I don't do that. Thank you very much. I'll see people Thursday. I'm busy this week a lot. I'm busy a lot this week, so you might not see me, but bye everybody. Love you all. Bye bye bye.